Before we descend into the darkness, I want to ask a favour. If you enjoy this story, please use your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes a massive difference. And if you'd like, comment what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy the content, consider subscribing. Now let's begin. The Barber Paradox begins with a scenario that sounds perfectly reasonable. The kind of simple logical puzzle you might imagine happening in any quiet village tucked into a valley somewhere, where life moves at a manageable pace and everyone knows everyone else. Picture a small town with just enough people to support a single barber, a shopkeeper, a doctor perhaps, and not much else. In this town there is indeed one barber, and this barber operates according to a rule that seems, at first glance, to be about as clear and tidy as any rule could possibly be. The rule states that the barber shaves all and only those men in the town who do not shave themselves. Read that again slowly, because the wording matters quite a lot. The barber shaves all men who do not shave themselves, and the barber shaves only men who do not shave themselves. It's a definition that feels satisfying in its symmetry, like a perfectly balanced equation, or a door that clicks shut with just the right amount of resistance. The rule divides the male population of the town into two neat groups, those who shave themselves and those who do not shave themselves. The barber's job, according to this rule, is to take care of the second group entirely and to leave the first group alone entirely. There's something appealing about definitions like this, definitions that promise completeness and precision. They suggest that every person in the town can be neatly classified, that there are no edge cases, no ambiguity, no need for judgment calls or exceptions. The rule sounds like it should work perfectly well, and for a moment it seems like the kind of harmless, logical arrangement that could govern a small community without any trouble at all. To understand why this particular rule has captured the attention of logicians, mathematicians, and philosophers for more than a century, it helps to think about what makes a good definition in the first place. Definitions are tools we use to organize the world, to draw boundaries around concepts and categories so that we can think and communicate clearly. When we define something, we're essentially creating a test. If something meets these criteria, it belongs in this category. If it doesn't, it belongs somewhere else. A good definition is precise enough to distinguish the thing being defined from everything else, but flexible enough to include all the cases it should include. A definition of chair, for example, should include three-legged stools and beanbag chairs and throne chairs and office chairs, but it should exclude tables and beds and ottomans, even though all of these are furniture designed for sitting or supporting the human body in various ways. The boundaries can be fuzzy in practice, but a definition at least gives us a framework for thinking about where those boundaries are. The rule about the barber seems, at first, to be a model of definitional clarity. It doesn't leave any room for interpretation or judgment. It doesn't say, the barber usually shaves men who don't shave themselves, or the barber tends to shave men who prefer not to shave themselves. It says all and only, which are the strongest possible quantifiers. All means every single member of the group, with no exceptions. Only means exclusively members of that group, with no one else included. When you put those two words together, you're creating a perfect one-to-one correspondence. The barber's customers are exactly the set of men who don't shave themselves, no more and no less. This kind of definition has a mathematical elegance to it, and it's the kind of definition that appears throughout formal systems of logic and mathematics. We say that a number is even if and only if it's divisible by 2. We say that a triangle is equilateral if and only if all 3 of its sides are the same length. These if and only if definitions, sometimes written as if in mathematical notation, create perfect equivalences between the thing being defined and its defining properties. But before we arrive at the contradiction, it's worth spending a little time unpacking what this rule actually says, because the paradox depends entirely on understanding the rule's structure with absolute clarity. The definition has two parts, and both parts are essential. The first part tells us that if a man in the town does not shave himself, then the barber shaves him. This is a promise of service, a guarantee that anyone who falls into the category of non-self-shavers will be taken care of by the barber. The second part tells us that if a man does shave himself, then the barber does not shave him. This is the exclusion clause, the part of the rule that says the barber only works with one group and not the other. Together, these two parts form a complete classification system. Every man in the town is either a self-shaver or a non-self-shaver, and the rule tells us exactly what the barber does in each case. The barber's service is perfectly matched to the population of non-self-shavers, and it excludes the population of self-shavers completely. There's no overlap, no gap, no uncertainty. At least, that's what the rule appears to promise. And for every man in the town except one, the rule works fine. If you pick any townsman at random, you can ask whether he shaves himself or not, and the rule will tell you whether the barber shaves him. If the townsman is a self-shaver, the barber doesn't shave him. If the townsman is a non-self-shaver, the barber does shave him. Simple, clear, consistent. The trouble begins when we remember that the barber himself is also a man who lives in this town. It's worth pausing here to consider why we even care about whether the barber is included in the rule. After all, we could simply say that the rule applies to all the other men in town, and the barber's shaving habits are determined by something else entirely. Perhaps the barber shaves himself on Mondays and Wednesdays, or perhaps the barber never shaves at all and wears a magnificent beard. If we exclude the barber from the domain of the rule, then there's no paradox at all. The rule works perfectly well for everyone else, and the barber is simply outside the system. But the whole point of the paradox is that it's presented as a universal rule, a rule that applies to all men in the town, and the barber is a man in the town. So if the rule is truly universal, if it really does apply to all men without exception, then it must apply to the barber as well. This is where the self-reference comes in, and this is where the trouble starts. The rule is trying to classify the barber based on the barber's own behaviour, and that creates a loop that cannot be escaped. The concept of self-reference appears in many different contexts, and it's worth taking a moment to explore why self-reference is such a powerful and sometimes problematic idea. In language, self-reference occurs when a sentence or phrase refers to itself. This sentence is in English, is a self-referential sentence that happens to be true. This sentence is in French, is a self-referential sentence that happens to be false. Both of these sentences are perfectly coherent. They refer to themselves, but they don't create any logical problems. But consider the sentence, this sentence is false. If the sentence is true, then what it says must be accurate, which means the sentence is false. If the sentence is false, then what it says is inaccurate, which means the sentence is true. This is the liar paradox, one of the oldest and most famous paradoxes in philosophy, and it's a direct result of self-reference combined with negation. The sentence refers to itself, and it makes a negative claim about itself, and those two features together create an inescapable loop. Self-reference appears in mathematics as well, often in the form of recursive definitions. A recursive definition is one that defines something in terms of itself, but with a base case that prevents infinite regress. For example, the factorial function is defined recursively. The factorial of n is n times the factorial of n minus 1, and the factorial of 0 is 1. This definition refers to itself. The factorial of n is defined in terms of the factorial of a smaller number, but it's perfectly valid because there's a base case that stops the recursion. When you calculate the factorial of 5, you calculate it in terms of the factorial of 4. which you calculate in terms of the factorial of 3 and so on, until you reach the factorial of 0, which is defined directly as 1. The recursion bottoms out, and the function is well defined. But if you try to define a function entirely in terms of itself, with no base case, you'd have a problem. Imagine a function f defined by the rule that f of n equals f of n plus 1. There's no way to calculate f for any value, because any attempt to do so sends you into an infinite loop. You need f of n, so you try to calculate f of n plus 1, but to calculate that you need f of n plus 2, and so on forever. The definition refers to itself but never bottoms out, and so it doesn't actually define anything at all. The Barber Paradox combines self-reference with a kind of logical negation in a way that's similar to the liar paradox. The rule says the barber shaves all and only those men who do not shave themselves. When we apply this rule to the barber, we're asking whether the barber shaves himself, and the answer depends on whether the barber is in the category of men who do not shave themselves. But whether the barber is in that category depends on whether the barber shaves himself, which is the very question we're trying to answer. We've created a loop where the answer depends on itself, and the dependency is negative. The barber shaves himself if and only if he doesn't shave himself. This is logically impossible, and that's what makes it a paradox. So now we arrive at the central question, the question that transforms this tidy little rule into something much stranger. The question is simply this: does the barber shave himself? It's a straightforward question, the kind of question that should have a straightforward answer. After all, the barber is a man, and the rule is supposed to apply to all the men in the town, so it should apply to him as well. He must either shave himself or not shave himself, just like everyone else. There are only two possibilities, and the rule is designed to cover both possibilities completely, so we should be able to answer the question without any difficulty. And yet, as soon as we try to answer it, something very strange happens. This is the moment when the definition, which seemed so clear and so complete, turns inward and begins to consume itself. The rule that worked perfectly well for everyone else suddenly fails when we try to apply it to the barber. And the failure is not a matter of missing information or unclear wording. The failure is structural, built into the logic of the rule itself. Let's try to answer the question by assuming the barber does shave himself. This seems like a reasonable starting point. If the barber shaves himself, then he belongs to the group of men who shave themselves. He is a self-shaver. But now we look back at the rule, which says that the barber shaves all and only those men who do not shave themselves. If the barber is a self-shaver, then he is not a member of the group that the barber shaves. The rule explicitly excludes self-shavers from the barber's service. So if the barber shaves himself, then according to the rule, the barber should not shave him. But the barber should not shave him means the barber should not shave the barber, which means the barber should not shave himself. So we've reached a conclusion that contradicts our starting assumption. We assumed the barber shaves himself, and this assumption, combined with the rule, led us to conclude that the barber does not shave himself. The assumption has collapsed into its opposite. This is already troubling, but perhaps we simply started with the wrong assumption. Perhaps the barber does not shave himself, and if we assume that instead, everything will work out. So let's try the other option. Suppose the barber does not shave himself. If the barber does not shave himself, then he belongs to the group of men who do not shave themselves. He is a non-self-shaver, but the rule says the barber shaves all men who do not shave themselves. If the barber is a non-self-shaver, then the barber must shave him. But the barber must shave him means the barber must shave the barber, which means the barber must shave himself. So now we've reached the opposite conclusion. We assumed the barber does not shave himself, and this assumption, combined with the rule, led us to conclude that the barber does shave himself. Once again, The assumption has flipped into its opposite, and now we're caught in a loop that has no exit. If the barber shaves himself, then he doesn't shave himself. If he doesn't shave himself, then he does shave himself. Neither answer is stable. Neither answer satisfies the rule. We've created a situation where every possible answer leads to a contradiction. This is what makes the Barber Paradox a genuine paradox, and not just a puzzle with a missing piece of information. The problem is not that we don't know enough about the barber or the town. The problem is not that the rule is vaguely worded, or that we're misunderstanding what shave means. The rule is perfectly clear, and we understand it completely. The problem is that the rule, as stated, cannot be satisfied in reality. It describes a situation that cannot exist. The rule tries to create a perfect boundary between two groups, self-shavers and non-self-shavers, and it tries to make the barber's service fit that boundary exactly. But when the barber himself is included in the population that the rule describes, the boundary breaks down. The rule generates a contradiction, not because we're applying it incorrectly, but because the rule itself is logically impossible when applied universally. The barber's behaviour, whatever it might be, is not the issue. The issue is the structure of the rule, the way it attempts to classify the barber using a classification system that depends on the barber's own classification. This is the heart of the paradox, and it's worth sitting with that idea for a moment, because it reveals something important about how definitions work and where they can fail. To understand the deeper significance of this failure, it helps to think about the history of logic and mathematics in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, when the Barber Paradox and its more formal cousin, Russell's paradox, first emerged. At that time, mathematicians were engaged in a grand project to put all of mathematics on a rigorous logical foundation. The goal was to show that all mathematical truths could be derived from a small set of axioms using purely logical rules of inference. This project, sometimes called logicism, was driven by figures like Gottlob Frege, who spent decades developing a formal system that would ground arithmetic in logic. Frege's work was brilliant and intricate, a monument of careful reasoning and precise definition. And then, in 1902, Bertrand Russell discovered a paradox in Frege's system, a paradox that showed the foundations were not as solid as they had seemed. Russell's paradox is more abstract than the Barber paradox, but it has exactly the same logical structure. In Frege's system, sets could be defined by any property whatsoever. If you had a property, you could collect all the things with that property into a set. So you could have the set of all even numbers, the set of all red things, the set of all countries in Europe, and so on. And crucially, sets could contain other sets as members. The set of all sets of even numbers, for example, is itself a set. Most sets do not contain themselves as members. The set of all even numbers is not itself an even number, so it doesn't contain itself. The set of all red things is not itself a red thing, so it doesn't contain itself. But some sets, at least in principle, could contain themselves. The set of all sets, for example, is itself a set, so it would contain itself. The set of all things that are not apples is not an apple, so it would contain itself. Russell asked a simple question. What about the set of all sets that do not contain themselves? Let's call this set R. If R does not contain itself, then it has the property of being a set that does not contain itself, which means it should be a member of R. But if R is a member of R, then R contains itself, which means it does not have the property of being a set that does not contain itself, which means it should not be a member of R. The same loop. If R contains itself, it doesn't. If it doesn't, it does. Russell communicated this paradox to Frege in a letter, and Frege immediately recognised the devastating implications. The paradox showed that Frege's system, which was supposed to be the rigorous logical foundation for all of mathematics, was inconsistent. An inconsistent system is one that can prove both a statement and its negation. And once you have an inconsistency, the entire system collapses. In classical logic, from a contradiction, you can derive anything at all. If you can prove both that some statement is true and that it's false, you can use those two facts to prove that 2 + 2 = 5, or that the moon is made of cheese, or that pigs can fly. An inconsistent system is worse than useless. It's completely unreliable. Frager's response to Russell's letter was gracious and honest. He acknowledged the problem and added a note to the second volume of his life's work, which was about to be published, essentially saying that the foundation of the entire project had been shown to be unsound. It was a moment of intellectual humility and integrity, but also a moment of profound disappointment. Decades of work had been undermined by a simple paradox about self-reference. The discovery of Russell's paradox and other related paradoxes sent shockwaves through the mathematical community. It became clear that naive set theory, the idea that you could form a set from any property, was inconsistent. Mathematicians and logicians spent the early decades of the 20th century developing new foundations that would avoid the paradoxes while preserving as much as possible of the power and flexibility of set theory. Several different approaches emerged. Bertrand Russell himself, along with Alfred North Whitehead, developed a system called type theory, which avoided the paradoxes by arranging sets into a hierarchy of types. In type theory, a set of one type can only contain elements of a lower type, which prevents a set from containing itself. This blocks Russell's paradox, because the set of all sets that don't contain themselves can't be formed in the first place. The question of whether such a set contains itself doesn't even make sense in the type hierarchy. Type theory works in the sense that it's consistent and it can serve as a foundation for mathematics, but it's also somewhat cumbersome and artificial. The hierarchy of types feels like a restriction imposed to avoid the paradoxes, rather than a natural feature of the mathematical landscape. Another approach, developed by Ernst Zermelo and later refined by Abraham Fraenkel and others, became known as Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, or ZF for short. This system takes a different approach to avoiding the paradoxes. Instead of arranging sets into a hierarchy, ZF restricts which sets can be formed by providing a specific list of axioms that govern set construction. In ZF, you can't just form a set from any arbitrary property. You can only form sets using certain allowed operations, like taking the union of two sets, or forming the set of all subsets of a given set, or selecting elements from an existing set that satisfy some property. These axioms are carefully chosen to be powerful enough to do all the mathematics we care about, while being restrictive enough to avoid the paradoxes. In particular, ZF does not allow unrestricted comprehension, the principle that any property defines a set. Instead, it allows separation. If you already have a set, you can form a subset of it consisting of the elements that satisfy some property. This means you can't form the set of all sets that don't contain themselves, because you'd need to start with the set of all sets, and there is no such thing in ZF. The collection of all sets is too big to be a set. It's what's called a proper class, something that exists in the theory, but can't be treated as a single object. ZF set theory, possibly with the addition of the axiom of choice to form ZFC, has become the standard foundation for modern mathematics. It's the system that most mathematicians implicitly work within, even if they don't think about it explicitly. And it's a system that successfully avoids Russell's paradox and other related paradoxes by being careful about which sets can be formed and how. But the fact that we needed to be this careful, the fact that naive set theory turned out to be inconsistent, is a profound lesson about the limits of definition and the dangers of self-reference. The Barber Paradox and Russell's paradox show that not all conceptually clear definitions correspond to logically possible objects. Sometimes a definition can be perfectly grammatical, perfectly understandable, and yet logically incoherent. And when that happens, we need to either revise the definition or recognize that it doesn't refer to anything real. The broader philosophical implications of these paradoxes have been debated for more than a century. Some philosophers argue that the paradoxes reveal deep truths about the nature of truth, meaning, and reality. They suggest that our ordinary concepts of set membership, truth, and predication are fundamentally flawed, and that we need to revise our understanding of these concepts in light of the paradoxes. Others argue that the paradoxes are artifacts of formal systems and don't tell us anything deep about reality, only about the limits of certain kinds of formalization. Still others argue that the paradoxes point to important boundaries between what can be said and what can be done, between language and reality, between syntax and semantics. There's no consensus on the ultimate philosophical significance of these paradoxes, but what's clear is that they matter. They're not just technical curiosities, they touch on fundamental questions about logic, language, and the foundations of mathematics. One way to think about the Barber Paradox and Russell's paradox is as examples of what happens when we try to make our definitions too comprehensive, too all-encompassing. There's a natural human desire for completeness, for systems that cover every case, for rules that apply universally without exception. We want our definitions to be neat and tidy, to divide the world into clean categories with no borderline cases and no ambiguities. And most of the time, this works fine. We can define even numbers as those divisible by 2, and odd numbers as those not divisible by 2, and these definitions partition the integers perfectly with no overlap and no gaps. We can define triangles as 3-sided polygons, and this definition successfully picks out all and only the triangles. But when we try to create definitions that refer back to themselves, we need to be more careful. Self-reference introduces the possibility of circular dependencies, of definitions that chase their own tails, of rules that generate contradictions when applied to themselves. The Barber Paradox is a simple, concrete example of this danger, a warning sign that says, be careful with self-reference, because it can break your system in subtle ways. It's also worth noting that paradoxes like these have practical implications beyond pure mathematics and philosophy. In computer science, for example, self-reference and recursion are fundamental concepts, and programmers need to be constantly aware of the dangers they pose. A recursive function is one that calls itself, and recursion is an incredibly powerful programming technique. Many algorithms are most naturally expressed recursively, from tree traversal to sorting to mathematical computations. But recursion can also go wrong. If a recursive function doesn't have a proper base case, or if the base case is never reached, the function will call itself indefinitely, creating an infinite loop that eventually crashes the program by exhausting the available memory. This is called a stack overflow, and it's one of the most common programming errors. The stack is the region of memory where the computer stores information about active function calls, and each recursive call adds a new frame to the stack. If the recursion never ends, the stack keeps growing until it runs out of space, and the program fails. Programmers learn to be very careful with recursion. They make sure that every recursive function has a clearly defined base case, a condition under which the function returns a value directly without making another recursive call. They make sure that each recursive call makes progress toward the base case, so that the recursion is guaranteed to terminate eventually. And they test their recursive functions carefully to make sure they behave correctly, even in edge cases. The Barber Paradox doesn't map directly onto any programming problem, but it illustrates the same underlying issue. Self-reference needs to be managed carefully, with clear rules about when the self-reference stops, or else you end up in an infinite loop or a logical contradiction. Another area where self-reference creates Interesting problems is informal logic and the theory of computation. In the 1930s, Kurt Gödel proved his famous incompleteness theorems, which showed that any sufficiently powerful formal system capable of expressing arithmetic contains statements that are true but unprovable within the system. Gödel's proof is a masterpiece of logical reasoning, and it relies heavily on self-reference. Gödel showed how to encode statements about the formal system itself as statements within the system, creating a kind of mathematical self-reference. He then constructed a statement that essentially says, this statement is not provable, and showed that if the system is consistent, then this statement must be true but unprovable. The self-reference is the key to the whole proof, and it's similar in spirit to the self-reference in the Barber Paradox and the Barber Paradox, though technically much more sophisticated. Gödel's incompleteness theorems were another blow to the dream of finding a complete and consistent logical foundation for all of mathematics. They showed that no matter how carefully you construct your formal system, if it's powerful enough to do arithmetic, it will always be incomplete. There will always be true statements that you can't prove within the system. This doesn't mean mathematics is broken or unreliable. It just means that mathematical truth is bigger than any single formal system can capture. There's no algorithm, no mechanical procedure that can decide the truth of every mathematical statement. Some truths require insight, creativity, intuition, things that go beyond the purely mechanical application of logical rules. The connection between Gödel's theorems and the Barber Paradox might not be immediately obvious, but they're part of the same family of results about the limits of formal systems. They all involve self-reference in some form, and they all show that when you allow systems to refer to themselves, you can sometimes derive surprising and counterintuitive conclusions. The Barber Paradox shows that self-referential definitions can be inconsistent. Gödel's theorems show that self-referential statements can be true but unprovable. Both results tell us that formal systems have boundaries, that there are things they cannot do, that completeness and consistency and decidability are not always achievable together. In the decades following Gödel's work, other mathematicians and computer scientists discovered more results in the same vein. Alan Turing, while developing the theory of computation in the 1930s, proved that there are certain questions about computer programs that cannot be answered by any algorithm. The most famous of these is the halting problem, which asks, given a program and an input, will the program eventually halt, or will it run forever? Turing showed that there is no general algorithm that can answer this question for all possible programs and inputs. The proof involves a self-referential construction similar to Gödel's, where you imagine a program that analyzes itself and derives a contradiction if such an algorithm existed. The halting problem is undecidable, meaning there's no algorithmic solution to it, and this places fundamental limits on what computers can do. And no matter how powerful computers become, no matter how much memory they have or how fast they run, they will never be able to solve the halting problem in general. These results, Russell's paradox, Gödel's incompleteness theorems, Turing's undecidability results, form a constellation of negative results about the limits of formalization and computation. They show that there are things we cannot define consistently, things we cannot prove even when they're true, and things we cannot compute even in principle. And they all involve self-reference in one way or another. The Barber Paradox is the simplest and most accessible member of this family, a gentle introduction to ideas that become increasingly abstract and technical as you go deeper into logic, mathematics, and computer science. But even though the Barber Paradox is simple, it captures the essential insight. Self-reference can be dangerous, and systems that refer to themselves need to be constructed with great care. There's also something philosophically interesting about the fact that these paradoxes arise from our attempt to be as precise and rigorous as possible. In everyday life, We're often comfortable with vagueness and ambiguity. We use words like tall and bald and heap, even though they don't have sharp boundaries. How many hairs do you need to lose before you're bald? How many grains of sand make a heap? These questions don't have precise answers, and that's fine. We navigate the world successfully, despite the vagueness of our language. But in mathematics and logic, we strive for perfect precision. We want definitions that are crystal clear, rules that are completely unambiguous, systems that leave no room for interpretation. And paradoxically, it's this very striving for precision that leads us into trouble. The Barber Paradox arises because we tried to make the rule perfectly clear and perfectly comprehensive. If the rule had been vague or incomplete, if it had said something like, "The barber usually shaves men who don't feel like shaving themselves," there would be no paradox. The barber could shave himself sometimes, and not other times, and there would be no contradiction. But we wanted a rule that was precise and complete, a rule that covered all cases with no exceptions. And that's what created the problem. This suggests that there might be a fundamental tension between precision and self-reference, between completeness and consistency, between the desire to have rules that cover everything and the reality that some self-referential rules cannot exist. In formal systems, this tension has been resolved by accepting incompleteness, by acknowledging that no single system can be both complete and consistent and capable of expressing its own truth predicate. In everyday life, we resolve the tension by being less precise, by allowing vagueness and context dependence, by accepting that our rules and definitions are good enough for practical purposes, even if they're not perfect. The Barber Paradox lives in the border zone between these two approaches, precise enough to create a contradiction, but simple enough to be understood without any technical machinery. Now let's return to the paradox itself and think about it from a slightly different angle. Instead of focusing on the formal logic, let's think about what would actually happen if you tried to implement this rule in a real town with a real barber. Imagine you're the mayor of a small town and you decide to hire a barber and give him this rule: shave all and only those men who do not shave themselves. The barber opens his shop, and for a while everything seems to work fine. Men come in, and the barber asks them, "Do you shave yourself?" If they say yes, he turns them away. If they say no, he shaves them. The system works smoothly. But then one morning the barber wakes up, looks in the mirror, and realizes he needs a shave. He's the only barber in town, so if he needs a shave, he has to either do it himself or go without. What does he do? If the barber is a thoughtful person, he might realize that there's a problem. He might go to the mayor and say, "Your rule doesn't work. You've told me to shave all and only those men who don't shave themselves. But you haven't told me what to do about myself. If I shave myself, I'm violating the rule, because I'm supposed to shave only men who don't shave themselves. But if I don't shave myself, I'm also violating the rule, because I'm supposed to shave all men who don't shave themselves. The rule is impossible to follow." And the mayor, if the mayor is a reasonable person, might respond, "Oh, I see the problem. Let me revise the rule. You should shave all and only those other men in town who do not shave themselves. Your own shaving habits are your business, not part of the rule." And just like that, the paradox is resolved. The rule is clarified to exclude the barber from its own domain, and everyone goes on with their lives. This is essentially how the paradox is resolved in practice, by recognizing that the rule, as originally stated, cannot be implemented and needs to be modified. Either the barber is excluded from the rule's domain, or the rule is changed to be less comprehensive, or we acknowledge that the rule describes an impossible situation and abandon it altogether. But the fact that the rule needs to be modified or abandoned is itself interesting and important. It shows that not every plausible sounding rule can be made to work in reality. It shows that language can lead us astray, that we can formulate sentences that sound meaningful but that don't correspond to any possible state of affairs. And it shows that when we encounter these impossible situations, the right response is not to stubbornly insist that there must be an answer, but to step back and recognize that the question is flawed. There's a certain kind of wisdom in knowing when to abandon a question rather than trying to force an answer. In philosophy, this is sometimes called dissolving a problem rather than solving it. Some philosophical problems, the argument goes, are not problems at all, but confusions created by imprecise language or incoherent concepts. When you encounter such a pseudo-problem, the right response is not to work harder at solving it, but to recognize that it's based on a mistake and to reformulate the question in a clearer way. The Barber Paradox is a toy example of this kind of situation. The question, does the barber shave himself, seems like it should have an answer, but once we see that it leads to a contradiction, we realize that the question is flawed. The rule that generates the question is incoherent, and the right response is not to answer the question, but to recognize that it cannot be answered and to revise the rule. This approach to paradoxes, dissolving them by revising the framework that creates them, is one of several possible approaches. Another approach is to accept the paradox as a genuine feature of reality or of our conceptual systems, and to try to develop frameworks that can accommodate it. Some logicians have developed paraconsistent logics, logical systems that can tolerate contradictions without collapsing into incoherence. In classical logic, as we mentioned earlier, a single contradiction allows you to prove anything at all, which makes the system useless. But in paraconsistent logic, contradictions are isolated so that they don't spread throughout the system. You can have some statements that are both true and false, and this doesn't allow you to prove arbitrary statements. Paraconsistent logic is controversial and not widely used in mathematics, but it has some applications in computer science, philosophy, and artificial intelligence, particularly in situations where you might be working with inconsistent databases or conflicting information from different sources. Another approach to paradoxes is to accept that some questions simply don't have determinate answers, that there are gaps in our conceptual schemes where nothing forces a particular answer one way or another. This approach, sometimes associated with intuitionist or constructivist mathematics, holds that mathematical objects don't exist independently of our ability to construct them, and that statements about such objects are only meaningful if we have a method for verifying them. From this perspective, the Barber Paradox shows that the rule defining the barber's behaviour doesn't successfully construct a determinate situation, and so questions about the barber's shaving habits don't have determinate answers. This is not because we're ignorant of the facts, but because the facts don't exist, the rule fails to create a coherent situation in the first place. Yet another approach, common in philosophy of language, is to argue that the Barber Paradox reveals something important about the semantics of self-referential statements. According to this view, statements can only be evaluated as true or false relative to a particular level or context, and self-referential statements that try to span multiple levels create problems. The liar paradox, for instance, might be resolved by saying that when a sentence refers to its own truth value, it's referring to a different semantic level than the one at which it makes its claim, and this category mistake creates the appearance of a paradox. Similarly, the Barber Paradox might be seen as a case where the rule tries to operate at a level that includes itself, creating a category mistake that generates a contradiction. All of these approaches have their merits and their advocates, and the debates among them continue in the philosophical and logical literature. But for our purposes, the important point is that the Barber Paradox, despite its simplicity, connects to deep and ongoing discussions about logic, language, mathematics, and the foundations of our conceptual systems. It's not just a puzzle or a trick, it's a window into fundamental questions about how we define things, how we reason about them, and what the limits of our reasoning might be. Let's also consider the Barber Paradox from a more practical human perspective. Suppose you were the barber in this situation, and you genuinely wanted to follow the rule as best you could. You might try various strategies to avoid the contradiction. For instance, you might decide that the question of whether you shave yourself will be determined by chance. You could flip a coin each morning. Heads, you shave yourself. Tails, you don't. This doesn't resolve the logical contradiction, but it does give you a way to proceed without having to think about the paradox every day. Of course, on the days when the coin comes up heads and you shave yourself, you're technically violating the rule, and on the days when it comes up tails and you don't shave yourself, you're also technically violating the rule. But at least you're making a decision and getting on with your life, even if the decision doesn't satisfy the rule perfectly. Or you might try to reinterpret the rule in a way that makes it workable. Maybe you decide that shave means provide a professional shaving service. And when you shave yourself at home, that doesn't count as the barber shaving you because you're not providing yourself with a professional service. This is a bit of a stretch, but it's the kind of creative reinterpretation that people often use when faced with impossible rules in real life. We find loopholes, we make distinctions, we interpret the letter of the law in ways that make it possible to comply even when the spirit of the law seems to create contradictions. This is not dishonest or evasive. It's a practical response to the fact that rules, especially very general rules, sometimes create impossible situations when applied to particular cases. Or you might simply grow a beard and stop shaving altogether, removing yourself from the domain of the rule. If you don't shave at all, then the question of whether the barber shaves you doesn't arise. This is another practical solution, though it doesn't resolve the logical paradox. It just sidesteps it by changing the situation so that the paradoxical question doesn't come up. These practical responses illustrate an important point. In real life, we don't usually encounter paradoxes in their pure form. We encounter messy situations where rules conflict or seem to create impossible requirements, and we find ways to work around them. We revise the rules, we reinterpret them, we make exceptions, we find creative solutions. The Barber Paradox, presented in its pure logical form, doesn't have these escape routes. The rule is what it is, the situation is what it is, and the contradiction is unavoidable. But that's because the paradox is an idealization, a thought experiment designed to illustrate a logical point, not a real-world problem that needs a practical solution. And yet, even as an idealization, the Barber Paradox can help us think more clearly about real-world situations. Whenever you encounter a rule that seems to create impossible requirements, whenever you find yourself in a situation where every option seems to violate some principle or create some problem, it's worth asking whether you're facing a genuine Barber paradox, a situation where the rule itself is incoherent and needs to be revised, or whether there's some creative solution that you haven't thought of yet. Sometimes the right response is to recognize that the rule is broken and to work on fixing the rule rather than trying to force a solution within the existing framework. Other times, the right response is to keep looking for creative workarounds and reinterpretations that make the situation workable. The Barber Paradox teaches us to distinguish between these cases, to recognize when we're facing a genuine logical impossibility versus a merely difficult practical challenge. There's also a sense in which the Barber Paradox is a story about categories and boundaries and the difficulty of making them perfectly clean. In the paradox, we're trying to divide all men into two categories, those who shave themselves and those who don't. This seems like it should be straightforward. It's a binary distinction, an either-or choice. Either you shave yourself or you don't. What could be simpler? And for most people, the distinction is indeed clear and unproblematic. But when we try to apply this distinction to the barber using the rule that defines the barber's service in terms of the distinction itself, we run into trouble. The category breaks down. The boundary becomes unstable. And this is a general feature of self-referential categories. When a category is defined in terms of membership in itself, strange things can happen. This has echoes in other areas of thought. In social and political contexts, for instance, we often encounter self-referential categories that can create paradoxes, or at least deep tensions. Consider the question of tolerance. Should a tolerant society tolerate intolerance? If you say yes, then you're allowing intolerant views to flourish, which might eventually destroy the tolerant society. If you say no, then you're being intolerant of certain views, which seems to contradict the principle of tolerance. This is sometimes called the paradox of tolerance, and while it's not exactly the same as the Barber paradox, it has a similar structure. The principle of tolerance, when applied to itself, creates a tension or contradiction. The resolution, as with the Barber paradox, usually involves recognizing that the principle cannot be applied absolutely and universally without qualification. A tolerant society might tolerate most views but draw a line at views that actively seek to destroy tolerance itself. This is not a perfect solution, and there's much debate about exactly where to draw that line, but it's a practical response to a self-referential tension in our political principles. Or consider the question of who guards the guardians, a question that goes back to ancient philosophy. If you set up a group of people to watch over society and make sure everyone follows the rules, who makes sure the guardians themselves follow the rules? If you create a second group to watch the first group, who watches the second group? You can keep adding levels of oversight, but at some point you either have to stop and accept that someone is trusted without oversight, or you create an infinite regress of watchers watching watchers. This is not quite a paradox, but it's a structural problem created by the self-referential nature of authority and oversight. The practical solutions usually involve things like separation of powers, checks and balances, democratic accountability, and cultural norms of integrity. These don't eliminate the logical tension, but they manage it in ways that work reasonably well in practice. The Barber paradox, by presenting a pure and simple case of self-referential contradiction, helps us see this pattern more clearly. It shows us that whenever we try to create comprehensive, self-applying rules, we need to be careful. We need to think about whether the rule can coherently apply to itself, or whether we need to carve out exceptions, or whether the rule needs to be limited in scope. And if we find ourselves in a situation where the rule creates a genuine contradiction when applied to itself, we need to be willing to revise the rule rather than insisting that there must somehow be a way to make it work. Let's think now about the educational value of the Barber paradox and why it continues to be taught and discussed. One reason is that it's accessible. You don't need any special background to understand it. You don't need to know set theory or formal logic or advanced mathematics. You just need to be able to follow a simple argument. This makes it an ideal teaching tool for introducing students to the concept of logical paradoxes and the importance of careful reasoning. When a teacher presents the Barber paradox to a class, the students can immediately grasp the setup, follow the argument step by step, and see the contradiction for themselves. There's no need to take anything on faith or to trust that the teacher knows what they're talking about. The paradox speaks for itself. Another reason the Barber paradox is valuable is that it's memorable. The image of a barber in a small town, the simple rule about who gets shaved, the question of whether the barber shaves himself, these are concrete and vivid. Students who learn about the Barber paradox tend to remember it years later, even if they forget other things they learned in the same class. And because they remember it, they can use it as a reference point when thinking about other problems. When they encounter a situation that involves self-reference or circular definitions, they might think, oh, this is like the Barber paradox, and that recognition can help them see what's going wrong and how to fix it. The Barber paradox is also valuable because it illustrates a pattern that appears in many different contexts. As we've discussed, the same basic structure shows up in Russell's paradox, the liar paradox, Gödel's incompleteness theorems, the halting problem, and various philosophical and practical problems involving self-reference and self-application. By learning the Barber Paradox, students learn a pattern that will serve them well throughout their intellectual lives. They learn to recognize self-reference, to be cautious about it, to think carefully about whether self-referential definitions are coherent, and to be willing to revise their frameworks when they run into contradictions. There's also something intellectually humbling and liberating about the Barber Paradox. It shows that even very smart people, even experts in logic and mathematics, can be surprised by simple contradictions hidden in seemingly clear definitions. Frege, one of the greatest logicians of all time, spent decades building a logical system that turned out to have a fatal flaw revealed by Russell's paradox. This doesn't mean Frege was foolish or incompetent. It means that logical paradoxes are genuinely subtle and tricky, and even the most careful thinkers can miss them. For students, this can be reassuring. If Frege can be caught by a paradox, then there's no shame in finding them confusing or surprising. And if Russell can discover a paradox in Frege's system, then there's hope for all of us. Careful thought and clear reasoning can reveal hidden problems even in the work of giants. At the same time, the Barber Paradox is liberating because it shows that some problems that seem impossibly difficult are actually impossible, period. If you're struggling with a question and you can't find an answer no matter how hard you try, sometimes the reason is that the question is badly formed or based on inconsistent assumptions. Recognizing this can free you from the burden of trying to solve an unsolvable problem. You can stop spinning your wheels and instead work on reformulating the question or revising your assumptions. This is a valuable lesson not just in logic and mathematics, but in life more generally. Some problems are hard and we need to work harder to solve them, but some problems are impossible, and we need to be smart enough to recognize them as such and to redirect our efforts accordingly. The Barber Paradox also invites reflection on the relationship between form and content, between the structure of an argument and its meaning. The paradox has a very specific logical structure, a self-referential definition that creates a contradiction when applied to itself. But this structure can be dressed up in many different guises. The Barber Paradox uses a story about shaving. Russell's paradox uses the abstract language of set theory. The liar paradox uses a statement about truth. The underlying structure is the same in all cases, but the surface presentation differs. This teaches us to look past the surface details and to focus on the underlying logical form. When we encounter a new problem, we can ask, is this structurally similar to something I've seen before? Does it have the same pattern of self-reference and contradiction? If so, I can apply the lessons I learned from the earlier case. This kind of structural thinking is at the heart of mathematics and logic. Mathematicians are constantly looking for patterns, analogies, and structural similarities across different areas. A theorem proved in one area of mathematics might have an analogous theorem in a completely different area, because the underlying structure is the same, even though the objects being studied are different. The Barber Paradox, by presenting a clear and simple logical structure, helps train students to think structurally, to see the skeleton beneath the flesh, to recognize when two superficially different problems are fundamentally the same. Now let's consider how the Barber Paradox relates to some broader themes in philosophy and human thought. One such theme is the question of whether reality is ultimately consistent and coherent, or whether there are genuine contradictions in the world. Most of us, most of the time, assume that reality is consistent. We believe that for any proposition, either it's true or it's false, not both. We believe that contradictions are signs of errors in our thinking, not features of reality itself. The law of non-contradiction, the principle that a statement and its negation cannot both be true, is one of the foundational principles of classical logic and has been accepted by most philosophers since ancient times. But some philosophers and logicians have questioned this assumption. Dialetheism is the view that there are true contradictions, statements that are both true and false at the same time. Dialetheists argue that paradoxes like the liar paradox show that contradictions can be true, and that we should accept this rather than trying to explain the paradoxes away. According to dialetheism, when we encounter a statement like, "This statement is false," we should simply accept that it's both true and false, and develop logical systems that can handle such statements without collapsing. This is a radical view, and it's not widely accepted, but it has some adherents, and has led to interesting work in non-classical logic. The Barber Paradox can be seen as relevant to this debate. If you're a classical logician, you'll say that the Barber Paradox shows that the rule defining the barbers' behaviour is incoherent and doesn't correspond to any possible situation. The contradiction is a sign that something is wrong with the rule, not a sign that the barber both shaves himself and doesn't shave himself. But if you're sympathetic to dialetheism, you might say that the Barber Paradox presents a genuine contradiction that we should accept. The barber both shaves himself and doesn't shave himself, and while this is strange and counterintuitive, it's not impossible if we're willing to embrace true contradictions. Most logicians and philosophers reject dialetheism, and the standard response to the Barber Paradox remains that the situation it describes cannot exist, and that the rule needs to be revised or abandoned. But the existence of the dialetheist position shows that even seemingly settled questions about paradoxes can be reopened and debated. The Barber Paradox, simple as it is, connects to deep and ongoing philosophical discussions about the nature of truth, contradiction, and logical consequence. Another philosophical theme connected to the Barber Paradox is the question of vagueness and Sorite's paradoxes. A Sorite's paradox arises when you have a vague predicate like bald or heap, and you try to apply it to a series of cases that differ by imperceptible amounts. For example, a man with 0 hairs on his head is clearly bald. If you add 1 hair, he's still bald. If you keep adding 1 hair at a time, at what point does he stop being bald? There's no sharp boundary. And yet if you keep adding hairs, you'll eventually reach someone who's clearly not bald. The Sorite's paradox arises from trying to force a sharp boundary onto a vague predicate. The Barber Paradox is different from a Sorite's paradox because it doesn't involve vagueness. The terms are perfectly precise. Shaves himself is a clear binary property. Either someone shaves themselves or they don't. There's no borderline case, no fuzzy boundary, and yet both types of paradoxes involve problems with categorization and boundaries. The Sorite's paradox shows that some boundaries are inherently vague and resist sharp definition. The Barber Paradox shows that some boundaries, even when sharply defined, create contradictions when they're self-referential. Together, these paradoxes teach us that the project of dividing the world into neat categories is more fraught than it might initially seem. Sometimes categories are vague, and sometimes categories are self-contradictory, and we need to be aware of both kinds of problems. Let's also think about the aesthetic dimension of the Barber Paradox. There's a kind of mathematical beauty in a good paradox, a elegance in the way it takes you from a simple, innocent-seeming premise to a surprising and counterintuitive conclusion. The Barber Paradox has this quality. It starts with a rule that sounds perfectly reasonable, asks a natural question, and arrives at a contradiction through flawless reasoning. There are no tricks, no hidden assumptions, no verbal sleight of hand. Every step is clear and justified, and yet the conclusion is shocking. The situation cannot exist. There's something deeply satisfying about this, in the same way that a good magic trick is satisfying. You see every step of the trick, you understand how it works, and yet the result still surprises you. Mathematicians and logicians often speak of beautiful proofs, elegant arguments, deep theorems. The Barber Paradox, while not a theorem in the usual sense, has this quality of mathematical beauty. It's simple, clear, surprising, and profound. It illuminates something important about logic and definition without requiring elaborate machinery or technical sophistication. This aesthetic quality is part of why the paradox has endured and why it continues to be taught and discussed. It's not just useful, it's also beautiful. There's also a playful quality to the Barber Paradox that makes it appealing. It has the flavour of a riddle or a puzzle, something you might pose to a friend to see if they can figure out what's wrong. And indeed, paradoxes have often been used in exactly this way, as intellectual puzzles meant to challenge and entertain. The ancient Greeks enjoyed paradoxes and used them both as serious philosophical tools and as rhetorical games. Zeno's paradoxes about motion, for instance, were presented as challenges to the common sense view that motion is possible, and they sparked serious philosophical and mathematical work on infinity and continuity. But they also had a playful element, a sense of, here's a clever argument that seems to prove something absurd. Can you figure out what's wrong with it? The Barber Paradox fits into this tradition. It's serious in its implications, but it's also fun to think about, fun to share with others, fun to see people's faces when they first grasp the contradiction. This playfulness is not a distraction from the serious work of logic and philosophy. It's an integral part of it. Thinking is not just a solemn, dutiful activity. It can be joyful, playful, creative. Paradoxes remind us of this. They invite us to play with ideas, to see what happens when we push concepts to their limits, to enjoy the surprise of discovering that something we thought we understood has hidden depths and unexpected twists. And this brings us to a final thought about the Barber Paradox and its place in human intellectual history. Paradoxes have always been with us, from the ancient Greeks to the present day, and they've always played an important role in driving intellectual progress. When we encounter a paradox, we're forced to think more carefully about our assumptions, to question concepts we took for granted, to develop new frameworks and new tools for understanding. Russell's paradox led to the development of modern set theory. The liar paradox sparked centuries of work on truth, language, and logic. Zeno's paradoxes contributed to the development of calculus and the modern understanding of infinity. Paradoxes are not just curiosities. They're engines of progress, points of tension that drive us to refine our understanding and develop new ideas. The Barber Paradox, as a simple and accessible version of Russell's paradox, has played its own small role in this larger story. It has helped countless students understand the dangers of self-reference and the importance of careful definition. It has served as a gateway to deeper questions about logic, mathematics, and philosophy. And it has reminded us, generation after generation, that seemingly simple questions can hide deep complexities, that language can lead us astray, and that the project of understanding the world and our own thought processes is an ongoing challenge that requires vigilance, creativity, and humility. And so we arrive, once again, at the end of this exploration of the Barber Paradox. We've examined it from many angles, its logical structure, its historical context, its connections to other paradoxes, and to broader themes in mathematics, philosophy, computer science, and human thought. We've seen how it arises from self-reference, how it reveals the limits of definition, and how it teaches us to be careful about comprehensive rules that apply to themselves. We've thought about how it might play out in practice, how it relates to real-world problems, and what it tells us about categories, boundaries, and the relationship between language and reality. The barber stands in his shop, razor in hand, contemplating the rule that defines his work. The rule is clear: shave all and only those men who do not shave themselves. The question remains, does the barber shave himself? And the answer, we now understand fully and completely, is that the question cannot be answered because the situation cannot exist. The rule describes something impossible, a logical contradiction dressed up as a simple story about a barber in a small town. And in recognizing this impossibility, in understanding why the contradiction arises and what it teaches us, we have learned something valuable about logic, language, and the limits of our conceptual systems. The Barber Paradox has served its purpose. It has illuminated a corner of the logical landscape, revealed a boundary where clear definitions can fail, and reminded us that not all grammatically correct sentences correspond to possible states of affairs. And with that understanding, we can lay the paradox to rest, confident that we have grasped its lesson and absorbed its wisdom, ready to apply what we've learned to new problems and new questions as they arise in our intellectual journeys. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. Imagine being told something that sounds perfectly simple. You will receive a visit on one of the next 5 weekdays, and when it happens, you will not have known in advance which day it would be. The words themselves carry no mystery. They describe a future event paired with a claim about your own knowledge. Yet when you sit down and try to reason through what those words actually mean, something strange begins to happen. The statement seems to fold in on itself. What looked like a straightforward announcement becomes a puzzle that has occupied philosophers, mathematicians, and logicians for decades. This is the essence of what is often called the surprise examination paradox, though it appears in many forms. The unexpected hanging, the surprise inspection, the unanticipated quiz. The structure remains the same. Someone in authority makes a promise about a future event and adds a condition about surprise or unpredictability. Then someone tries to reason about that promise, and the reasoning leads to a conclusion that seems impossible to reconcile with what actually happens. Let us begin with the most basic version, stripped of all embellishment. A prisoner is informed by a judge that an execution will take place on one weekday during the coming week, Monday through Friday. The prisoner is also told that the execution will be a surprise. What does surprise mean here? It means that on the morning of the execution, the prisoner will not know with certainty that the execution is scheduled for that day. The prisoner will wake up that morning without being able to deduce, based on logic and the information available, that today is the day. This is not about fear or anxiety or wild guessing. It is a precise statement about knowledge and deduction. The prisoner may suspect, may worry, may feel dread, but those are not the same as knowing. The condition of surprise is a condition about logical certainty. If the prisoner can sit down the night before and prove, using only logic in the original announcement, that the execution must occur tomorrow, then tomorrow would not be a surprise. The promise would be broken. This setup seems entirely reasonable. Authorities carry out plans all the time, without revealing exact timing. Military inspections happen without advance notice. Teachers give pop quizzes. Parents plan surprise parties. The idea that something can be scheduled but still unpredictable is woven into ordinary life. So when the judge tells the prisoner that the execution will happen but will also be a surprise, nothing about the sentence sounds paradoxical at first. It sounds like a straightforward, if grim, piece of information. The prisoner might feel despair or hope or confusion, but there is no obvious logical trap waiting in the words themselves. The paradox only emerges when the prisoner begins to think about what those words actually require. And so the prisoner begins to reason. The execution will happen on one of 5 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday or Friday. It will be a surprise, meaning the prisoner cannot know in advance which day it will be. The prisoner decides to think backward from the end of the week, starting with Friday. Suppose the prisoner thinks that the execution has not happened by Thursday evening. Thursday passes without incident. The prisoner goes to sleep Thursday night, wakes up Friday morning, and realizes something important. There is only 1 day left in the week. The judge promised the execution would happen this week. If it has not happened yet, and only Friday remains, then the execution must happen today. There is no other possibility. The prisoner can deduce with absolute certainty that Friday is the day. But if the prisoner can deduce this, then Friday morning would not be a surprise. The prisoner would know through pure logic that the execution is coming that very day. This contradicts the judge's promise that the execution would be a surprise. Therefore, the prisoner concludes the execution cannot happen on Friday. This reasoning feels solid. It uses only the information given in the original announcement. It makes no wild leaps or strange assumptions. It simply follows the logic of elimination and the definition of surprise. If Friday were the day, the prisoner would know it in advance, so Friday cannot be the day. The prisoner has ruled out one of the 5 possibilities, and this is where the paradox starts to accelerate, because the same reasoning can be applied again. Now suppose the execution has not happened by Wednesday evening. Thursday and Friday are both still ahead, but the prisoner has just proven that Friday is impossible. So if Thursday night arrives and nothing has happened yet, the prisoner will know that Friday is not an option. That leaves only Thursday. By elimination, the execution would have to occur on Thursday. The prisoner would wake up Thursday morning, realise Friday has been ruled out, and deduce with certainty that today is the day. Once again, this would violate the condition of surprise. Thursday morning would not bring uncertainty, it would bring logical certainty. Therefore, the prisoner concludes, the execution cannot happen on Thursday either. The pattern is now visible, and it continues to unfold with mechanical precision. If Friday and Thursday are both impossible, then consider Wednesday. Suppose nothing has happened by Tuesday night. The prisoner knows Friday is impossible, and Thursday is impossible. That leaves only Wednesday, Tuesday and Monday as options. But if Wednesday arrives, the prisoner can eliminate Friday and Thursday from consideration, leaving only Wednesday itself, or the days before it. If the prisoner wakes up Wednesday morning and nothing has happened Monday or Tuesday, then Wednesday becomes deducible. It would not be a surprise, so Wednesday is impossible. Then Tuesday becomes deducible if Monday passes without incident. So Tuesday is impossible, and Monday, if it is the only day left after all others are eliminated, would be deducible from the very start. So Monday is impossible too. Step by step, day by day, the prisoner's reasoning eliminates every option. The backward induction spreads from Friday all the way to Monday. Each day falls to the same argument. If all the later days are impossible, then each remaining day becomes predictable in turn, and therefore cannot satisfy the surprise condition. The conclusion is stark and strange. There is no day on which the execution can occur while still being a surprise. The judge's announcement, taken literally and analysed logically, appears to describe an impossible situation. The prisoner has proven, or seems to have proven, that the execution cannot happen at all. This is a powerful moment in the paradox. The prisoner has used only rational thought, only the tools of logic, to arrive at a conclusion that contradicts the plain meaning of the original statement. The judge said the execution will happen. The prisoner's reasoning says it cannot. One of these must be wrong. And if the prisoner is confident in the reasoning, then the judge's promise must be false or contradictory. The prisoner might feel a strange kind of relief. If the logic is sound, then perhaps the whole thing was a bluff, a mistake, a statement that could not be made true. Perhaps the prisoner will not be executed after all. But then comes the twist, the moment that gives the paradox its bite. On Wednesday morning, the guard arrives. The execution takes place, and the prisoner is completely surprised. Despite the proof, despite the chain of reasoning that eliminated every day, the event occurs, and it catches the prisoner off guard. The prisoner had convinced themselves that the execution could not happen, so when it does happen, it is unexpected. It is, in the most ordinary sense of the word, a surprise. The judge's original promise is fulfilled. The execution happened on a weekday, and the prisoner did not know in advance which day it would be. In fact, the prisoner had concluded it would not happen at all, which made the surprise even more complete. This outcome seems to shatter the prisoner's reasoning. The logic appeared airtight, yet reality unfolded in a way that contradicted the conclusion. The paradox is not just that the reasoning led to a strange result. The paradox is that the reasoning seemed rigorous and correct, yet the world did not cooperate. The execution was both logically impossible, according to the prisoner's proof, and actually real, according to what happened. How can both be true? Where did the reasoning go wrong, or did it go wrong at all? This is the puzzle that has made the surprise examination paradox so enduring and so frustrating. It takes a simple scenario and turns it into a question about the foundations of logic, knowledge, and prediction. To understand where the tension arises, it helps to look more carefully at what surprise actually means in this context. In everyday language, surprise is an emotional reaction. You are surprised when something unexpected happens, when your predictions turn out to be wrong, when the world delivers something you did not anticipate. But the paradox does not rely on emotion. It relies on a logical notion of surprise, defined in terms of what the prisoner can deduce or know with certainty. The announcement says the prisoner will not know in advance which day the execution will occur. This is not about feelings, it is about epistemology, the study of knowledge. The condition is that the prisoner cannot logically derive from the available information which day is the correct one. If the prisoner can derive it, the condition is violated. If the prisoner cannot, the condition is met. This distinction is important because it shifts the paradox from psychology to logic. It is not about whether the prisoner feels surprised. It is about whether the prisoner can construct a valid proof of which day it will be. And this is where the reasoning becomes delicate, because proofs and deductions depend on assumptions. They depend on what the prisoner believes, what the prisoner knows, and how the prisoner updates those beliefs over time. The prisoner's backward reasoning assumes that certain things remain stable, that the original announcement is true, that the prisoner will continue to reason correctly, that the logic will hold at each step. But some of those assumptions may be quietly undermining the very reasoning they support. Consider the first step again, the elimination of Friday. The prisoner says, if the execution has not happened by Thursday night, then I will know on Friday morning that it must happen today, so Friday cannot be a surprise. This seems sound, but notice what it assumes. It assumes that on Friday morning, the prisoner will still believe the original announcement. The prisoner will still believe that the execution is going to happen, and will still believe it must happen this week. If the prisoner reaches Friday morning and has already concluded, through backward reasoning, that the execution cannot happen at all, then the prisoner would not wake up Friday morning thinking, it must be today. The prisoner would wake up thinking, it cannot happen because my reasoning proved it impossible. In that case, Friday would indeed be a surprise because the prisoner would not expect it. This creates a kind of loop. The reasoning that eliminates Friday depends on the prisoner maintaining belief in the announcement. But the reasoning also leads the prisoner to conclude that the announcement cannot be fulfilled. These two things are in tension. If the prisoner fully accepts the conclusion of the backward reasoning, then the prisoner no longer believes the execution will happen, which means the premises of the backward reasoning no longer apply. The argument uses its own conclusion to undermine its own premises. This is a subtle form of self-reference, and self-reference is often where paradoxes are born. Another way to see the problem is to think about the difference between what is true and what the prisoner knows. The judge's announcement is a statement about what will happen and about what the prisoner will know. It says, the execution will occur and you will not know in advance which day. But the prisoner's reasoning tries to figure out what the prisoner will know in the future, based on what the prisoner knows now. This creates a dependency. The prisoner's future knowledge depends on the prisoner's current reasoning. But the current reasoning is trying to predict that future knowledge. The prediction becomes entangled with the thing being predicted. Imagine the prisoner reasoning this way on Monday morning. The prisoner thinks, if I make it to Thursday night, I will know the execution must be Friday, so Friday is impossible. But whether the prisoner actually makes it to Thursday night depends on whether the execution happens before then. And whether the execution happens before then is exactly what the prisoner is trying to figure out. The reasoning is circular in a hidden way. It assumes the prisoner will reach certain points in the week, then uses that assumption to draw conclusions about what must happen, which in turn affects whether those points are actually reached. The logic folds back on itself, and that folding creates instability. Philosophers and logicians have spent a great deal of effort trying to pin down exactly whether reasoning fails, or whether it fails at all. There is no single agreed upon resolution. Instead, there are several different interpretations, each highlighting a different aspect of the paradox. These interpretations are not necessarily contradictory. They are more like different lenses through which to view the same strange phenomenon. Each lens reveals something important about the relationship between knowledge, time, and self-reference. 1. Interpretation says that the judge's original announcement is simply self-contradictory. According to this view, it is impossible to make a true statement of the form, "Event X will happen," and you will not be able to deduce when it will happen, even though I am telling you it will happen within a specific range of days. The announcement, when analysed carefully, contains a hidden contradiction. It promises both that something definite will occur and that it will remain unpredictable, but those two promises cannot both be kept under the strict logical conditions the paradox assumes. If the judge truly announces the execution and truly restricts it to 5 specific days, then there are scenarios, like reaching Thursday night, where the prisoner can deduce the day. The announcement tries to rule out those scenarios by saying the execution will be a surprise, but ruling them out is precisely what makes the announcement incoherent. The paradox on this view is not really a paradox, it is just an impossible statement dressed up as a puzzle. The resolution is to recognize that the judge cannot make such an announcement truthfully. Any attempt to do so will lead to contradiction. This interpretation has a certain elegance. It cuts through the confusion by declaring that the setup itself is flawed. There is no need to find a subtle error in the prisoner's reasoning, because the prisoner is reasoning about an impossible premise. Of course, the reasoning leads to strange conclusions. It is trying to make sense of something that does not make sense. The paradox dissolves once you accept that the judge's words cannot be both true and coherent. But this interpretation also feels a bit unsatisfying, because it suggests that the paradox is merely a linguistic trick. It implies that there is nothing deep to learn, only a lesson in being careful about what we promise. And that does not quite match the intuition that something genuinely interesting is happening here, something that touches on real issues in logic and epistemology. A different interpretation focuses on the prisoner's reasoning process rather than the announcement itself. According to this view, the announcement is not necessarily contradictory, but the prisoner's backward induction fails because it makes unjustified assumptions about what the prisoner will know and believe at future points. The prisoner reasons as if knowledge is cumulative and stable, as if reaching Thursday night with no execution automatically means the prisoner will know it must be Friday. But knowledge is not that simple. Knowledge depends on what you believe and what evidence you have, and both of those can change. If the prisoner has already concluded, through backward reasoning, that the execution cannot happen, then reaching Thursday night does not provide new evidence that it must happen Friday. The prisoner's belief state is different from what the backward reasoning assumes. The argument treats future knowledge as if it is independent of the reasoning process, but it is not. The reasoning itself changes what the prisoner believes, which changes what the prisoner can deduce, which invalidates the reasoning. This interpretation highlights a deep issue in using logic to predict one's own future mental states. When you reason about what you will know tomorrow, you are not reasoning about some external fact. You are reasoning about yourself, your own beliefs, your own conclusions. And that reasoning is itself part of the process that determines what you will believe. The prisoner's argument assumes a kind of separation between the reasoning now and the knowledge later, but that separation does not exist. The reasoning now is shaping the knowledge later, so the reasoning cannot treat the knowledge as a fixed external fact to be discovered. This is similar to other paradoxes involving self-reference, like the liar paradox, where a statement refers to its own truth value and creates a loop. Here the prisoner's reasoning refers to the prisoner's own future conclusions, creating a similar kind of loop. Yet another way to dissolve the paradox is to question whether surprise really means what the paradox assumes it means. In the formal version of the paradox, surprise is defined as the absence of certainty. The prisoner is surprised if, and only if, the prisoner cannot deduce the day in advance. But in ordinary life, surprise is more flexible. You can be surprised by something even if you could have predicted it. You can be surprised by something even if, in hindsight, all the clues were there. Surprise is about actual expectations, not just theoretical deducibility. If the prisoner spends the whole week convinced that the execution will not happen because the backward reasoning proved it impossible, then when the execution does happen, the prisoner is genuinely surprised. The prisoner's actual expectation was that nothing would occur. The fact that the prisoner could have, in principle, deduced the day under different assumptions is not relevant to whether the prisoner was actually surprised. This interpretation suggests that the paradox arises from conflating two different notions of surprise. There is logical surprise, defined in terms of what can be proven, and there is psychological surprise, defined in terms of what someone actually expects. The judge's announcement, in ordinary language, is probably about psychological surprise. The judge is saying the prisoner will not expect the execution on the day it happens, but the prisoner's reasoning interprets the announcement as being about logical surprise, about what can be deduced. These are not the same thing, and the paradox exploits the gap between them. Once you recognize that gap, the paradox loses some of its force. The execution can be logically deducible in certain scenarios and still be psychologically surprising, because the prisoner's actual mental state does not align with what the formal logic says is deducible. Each of these interpretations offers a way to relieve the tension, but none of them fully captures the strangeness of the experience of working through the paradox. There is something genuinely puzzling about the fact that the prisoner's reasoning seems so convincing, step by step, and yet leads to a conclusion that is contradicted by events. It feels like the reasoning should work. It feels like you should be able to use logic to figure out what will happen. But the paradox shows that there are limits to what reasoning can do, especially when reasoning tries to predict its own future conclusions, or when it involves statements about knowledge and belief. The paradox also reveals something important about the structure of time and prediction. Most logical reasoning is timeless. If A implies B, then that implication holds regardless of when you discover it. But the surprise examination paradox is fundamentally about time. It is about what you can know now versus what you will know later. It is about how information accumulates as time passes and how that accumulation changes what can be deduced. The prisoner's reasoning tries to collapse time, to figure out everything in advance, but time resists that collapse. The passage of time brings new information, and that new information changes the logical landscape. What was deducible on Monday may not be deducible on Wednesday, not because the facts changed, but because what the prisoner knows and believes has changed. This connects to broader questions in epistemology about the nature of knowledge and belief. Knowledge is often defined as justified true belief. You know something if you believe it, it is true, and you have good reasons to believe it. But the surprise examination paradox challenges this neat definition. The prisoner believes, with apparent justification, that the execution cannot happen. The prisoner has reasoned through the possibilities and found them all wanting. That belief is justified by the backward induction argument, but the belief is false because the execution does happen. So the prisoner has justified false belief. Does that mean the justification was flawed? Or does it mean that justification is not always enough? The paradox does not provide clear answers, but it raises the questions in a vivid and unavoidable way. There is also a connection to game theory and strategic reasoning. In game theory, players often reason about what other players will do, and those other players are also reasoning about what the first player will do. This creates layers of reasoning. I think that you think that I think. The surprise examination paradox involves a similar kind of layered reasoning, except here the prisoner is reasoning about their own future self. The prisoner is trying to predict what the prisoner will know and believe later, and using that prediction to draw conclusions now. But the prisoner's future self is not an independent player. The future self is shaped by the reasoning happening now. This creates a kind of strategic loop where the reasoning influences its own outcome, and that influence makes the reasoning unstable. One of the most intriguing aspects of the paradox is how robust it is to variations. You can change the scenario in many ways, and the paradox persists. Instead of an execution, imagine a teacher announcing a surprise quiz. Instead of a prisoner, imagine a student trying to figure out when the quiz will be. The backward reasoning unfolds in exactly the same way. The student reasons that the quiz cannot be on the last day of the period, because that would be predictable, and then eliminates each earlier day in turn, concluding the quiz is impossible. Then the teacher gives the quiz, and the student is surprised. The paradox does not depend on the grim details of execution. It works with any scenario where someone in authority schedules an event within a known range and adds the condition that it will be unpredictable. You can also change the number of days. Suppose the judge says the execution will happen within 2 days, Monday or Tuesday. The prisoner reasons, if Monday passes, it must be Tuesday. So Tuesday is not a surprise, so it cannot be Tuesday. Then it must be Monday. But if it must be Monday, then Monday is not a surprise either. So the execution cannot happen at all. Yet, it can happen on Monday and be a surprise, because the prisoner convinced themselves it could not happen. The paradox works even with just 2 options. In fact, it works with any finite number of options greater than 1. The backward reasoning always finds a way to eliminate every possibility, and yet the event can still occur and still be surprising. Some versions of the paradox involve not days, but other units of time or other forms of discretization. Instead of weekdays, imagine a prisoner told the execution will happen during one of 5 specific hours, and they will not know in advance which hour. The reasoning proceeds in the same way, eliminating the last hour, then the second to last, and so on. Or imagine a sequence of rooms instead of a sequence of days. A person is told they will find a prize in one of 5 rooms, but they will not know in advance which one. They reason backward from the 5th room, eliminating each room in turn. The paradox adapts to all these variations because its core is not about execution, or days or rooms. Its core is about the interaction between a prediction, a condition about knowledge, and the self-referential nature of reasoning about one's own future beliefs. There is even a version of the paradox that removes the authority figure entirely. Suppose a person simply believes, for whatever reason, that something will happen to them in the next 5 days, and it will happen on a day they do not expect. They try to reason about when it will be and reach the same contradictory conclusion. The paradox does not strictly require an announcement from someone else. It can arise from any situation where someone tries to predict an event under a constraint about their own knowledge of the prediction. This makes the paradox even more unsettling because it suggests the problem is not about communication or promises. It is about the structure of self-referential reasoning itself. Philosophers have connected the surprise examination paradox to other famous problems in logic and philosophy. It shares structure with the liar paradox, where a statement says of itself that it is false, creating an unresolvable loop. It relates to Gödel's incompleteness theorems, which show that any sufficiently rich logical system contains statements that cannot be proved or disproved within the system. It touches on issues in modal logic, the logic of possibility and necessity, because the paradox involves reasoning about what must be true versus what might be true. It connects to epistemic logic, the logic of knowledge, because the whole puzzle is about what the prisoner knows or can deduce. In all these areas, the paradox serves as a concrete example of how reasoning about knowledge, truth, and self-reference can lead to unexpected difficulties. The paradox also has implications for practical reasoning and decision-making. In real life, we often try to predict what will happen based on what we know now. We make plans, anticipate events, prepare for contingencies. The surprise examination paradox suggests there are limits to this kind of anticipation, especially when the events we are trying to predict depend on our own beliefs and reactions. If a military commander announces a surprise inspection, the announcement itself changes the behaviour of the troops, which might change when the inspection can effectively be a surprise. If a regulator announces a surprise audit, companies might alter their behaviour in ways that interact with the timing of the audit. The interplay between the announcement and the response is not simple, and the paradox captures some of that complexity in a stylised form. There is also a question about rationality. Is the prisoner reasoning rationally when they perform the backward induction? Each step seems rational. It seems rational to conclude that if only one day remains, the execution must be that day. It seems rational to conclude that if a day can be deduced in advance, it does not meet the surprise condition. It seems rational to apply this reasoning repeatedly. Yet the conclusion is that the execution cannot happen, which is contradicted by events. Does this mean the prisoner is being irrational, or does it mean that rationality has limits? Some philosophers argue that the prisoner's reasoning is rational but unsound, meaning the steps are logical, but one of the premises is false. Others argue that the reasoning is sound but not applicable, meaning it is correct in an abstract sense but fails when applied to a real scenario involving time and belief. Still others argue that the reasoning reveals a genuine inconsistency in the concept of a surprise execution, showing that the concept itself is problematic. One subtle point is the difference between reasoning about possibilities and reasoning about certainties. When the prisoner eliminates Friday, the reasoning is about what would be certain if the prisoner reached Thursday night. But whether the prisoner reaches Thursday night is not certain. It is a conditional. The prisoner is saying, if I reach Thursday night, then Friday is not a surprise, so the judge cannot plan Friday. But this assumes the judge is trying to satisfy the surprise condition under all possible circumstances. Maybe the judge is only trying to satisfy it in the actual circumstances that will occur. If the judge plans to execute the prisoner on Wednesday, then whether Friday would be a surprise is irrelevant, because Friday will never arrive. The prisoner's reasoning considers all possible futures, but only one future will actually happen, and the judge's plan only needs to work in that one future. This opens up another interpretation. Maybe the judge's announcement is true, and the execution will be a surprise, but the prisoner's reasoning fails because it considers counterfactual scenarios that will not occur. The prisoner reasons about what would happen on Friday, but if the execution is on Wednesday, then Friday is a hypothetical, not a reality. The prisoner's conclusion that Friday is impossible is based on a hypothetical scenario, and applying that conclusion to rule out Friday in the actual world is a mistake. The reasoning conflates what would be true in a hypothetical with what is true in reality. This is a subtle error, but it might be the key to understanding why the reasoning goes wrong. Yet even this interpretation does not fully resolve the paradox, because the prisoner's reasoning on Monday does not know which day will actually occur. The whole point of the reasoning is to figure that out. The prisoner has to consider all possible days and ask whether each one is consistent with being a surprise. The prisoner cannot assume in advance that Wednesday is the actual day and therefore ignore the reasoning about Friday. The reasoning has to work across all possibilities, and that is where the trouble starts. The attempt to reason across all possibilities leads to the conclusion that no possibility works. But that conclusion is contradicted by the fact that one possibility does work in practice. Another angle is to think about common knowledge, a concept from game theory and epistemic logic. Common knowledge means not only that everyone knows something, but that everyone knows that everyone knows it, and everyone knows that everyone knows that everyone knows it, and so on, infinitely. Some analyses of the paradox suggest that the judge's announcement does not create common knowledge of the surprise condition in the right way. The judge knows the plan, the prisoner knows the announcement. But does the prisoner know that the judge knows that the prisoner knows the announcement? And does the judge account for the prisoner's reasoning in making the plan? If the layers of knowledge are not perfectly aligned, the reasoning might break down. The prisoner's backward induction assumes a certain structure of mutual knowledge, and if that structure is not actually in place, the reasoning does not go through. This is getting at a very abstract level, but it points to something important. The paradox is not just about logic in a vacuum. It is about logic applied to a situation involving two agents, a judge and a prisoner, who have different information and different perspectives. The prisoner is trying to deduce the judge's plan, but the judge's plan might take into account the prisoner's reasoning. This creates a feedback loop, where each agent's reasoning depends on the others, and that feedback might destabilize the whole setup. In a sense, the paradox is about the impossibility of one rational agent perfectly predicting another rational agent's plan when that plan is designed to be unpredictable to the first agent. It is worth pausing to consider how the paradox feels from the prisoner's perspective, even though this is a thought experiment and not a real scenario. The prisoner starts with a piece of information that seems to offer a glimmer of hope, or at least understanding. The judge has announced the execution will happen, but the prisoner thinks, perhaps I can figure out when, and knowing when might give me some control, or at least some certainty. The prisoner sits down to reason, step by step, and the reasoning seems to work. Each day is eliminated in turn. The conclusion is that the execution cannot happen. For a moment, the prisoner might feel relief or vindication. The logic is on my side. The judge has made a mistake or a bluff. I am safe. But then reality intervenes. The execution happens. The logic did not protect the prisoner. The reasoning did not reveal a flaw in the judge's plan. Instead, the reasoning created a false sense of certainty, and that false certainty made the actual event even more surprising. This emotional arc, from hope to certainty to shock, mirrors the logical arc of the paradox, from premise to deduction to contradiction. From the judge's perspective, if we imagine the judge as aware of the paradox, the situation is different. The judge knows that announcing a surprise execution might lead the prisoner to reason backward and conclude it cannot happen. The judge also knows that this conclusion is false, because the judge has a specific day in mind and will carry it out. The judge might even be relying on the prisoner's reasoning to ensure the surprise. By announcing the execution and the surprise condition, the judge sets up a situation where the prisoner's own logic leads the prisoner astray. The prisoner's rationality becomes a tool for the judge's purpose. This adds a layer of irony to the paradox. The more rational the prisoner tries to be, the more thoroughly the prisoner is deceived. But this irony depends on the judge being outside the paradox, immune to the reasoning that traps the prisoner. In reality, the paradox applies to anyone trying to reason about it, judge or prisoner, teacher or student. The paradox is not about deception or cleverness. It is about the structure of the problem itself. Anyone who takes the surprise condition seriously and tries to reason about it rigorously will encounter the same difficulties. The paradox is a feature of the logical landscape, not a trick played by one person on another. Let us return to the idea of surprise as a logical condition versus a psychological state. In formal terms, surprise is often modelled as the absence of knowledge. If you know something will happen, you are not surprised when it happens. If you do not know it will happen, you're surprised. But knowledge in logic is usually treated as satisfying certain axioms. Knowledge is true. If you know something, it is true. Knowledge is introspective. If you know something, you know that you know it. Knowledge is consistent. You cannot know contradictory things. These axioms create a structure that is clean and mathematically tractable, but it might not match the messiness of real belief and expectation. Real people have partial beliefs, uncertain expectations, contradictory intuitions. Real people can think they know something and be wrong. Real people can be surprised by things they should have anticipated and unsurprised by things they could not have predicted. The formal notion of knowledge used in the paradox is an idealization, and the paradox might be revealing the limits of that idealization. If we relax the formal definition of knowledge and allow for more realistic models of belief, the paradox might soften. Instead of saying the prisoner knows the execution must be Friday if it has not happened by Thursday, we might say the prisoner has a very strong belief, a high degree of confidence, but not absolute certainty. And strong belief is not the same as knowledge. The prisoner might be 99% sure, but that 1% of doubt is enough to preserve the possibility of surprise. This probabilistic approach changes the character of the reasoning. Instead of eliminating days with certainty, the prisoner updates probabilities. Each day that passes without an execution shifts the probabilities for the remaining days, but no day is ever reduced to zero probability until it actually happens or does not happen. This way of thinking dissolves the paradox by avoiding the absolute certainties that the backward reasoning relies on. However, the probabilistic approach has its own challenges. If the prisoner assigns probabilities to each day, what should those probabilities be? If the judge is choosing uniformly at random, then initially each day has a 20% chance. But the judge's announcement includes the condition of surprise, which is not a random condition. The judge is not just picking a day at random, the judge is picking a day that will be a surprise. How do you assign probabilities to an event defined by a condition about your own knowledge? The probabilities depend on what you expect, but what you expect depends on the probabilities. This is another loop, and it shows that even the probabilistic approach does not entirely escape the self-referential difficulties at the heart of the paradox. There are also game-theoretic models of the paradox that treat it as a strategic interaction. The judge chooses a day, trying to maximize the surprise, and the prisoner forms beliefs, trying to predict the day. The judge's choice depends on what the judge thinks the prisoner believes, and the prisoner's beliefs depend on what the prisoner thinks the judge will choose. This is a classic game-theoretic setup, and it can be analysed using concepts like Nash equilibrium in some models. There is no equilibrium where the judge can guarantee surprise for all days, which reflects the paradoxical conclusion that the announcement might be impossible to fulfill. In other models, mixed strategies or randomness allow for an equilibrium where the prisoner is genuinely uncertain. These models provide mathematical precision, but they also show that the paradox is not just a logic puzzle. It is a question about strategic reasoning and the limits of prediction in interactive settings. The surprise examination paradox also appears in the philosophy of science, particularly in discussions of prediction and explanation. Scientific theories make predictions, and those predictions are tested against observations. But what if a theory predicts its own unpredictability? What if a theory says that a certain event will occur but will not be predictable in advance? This sounds paradoxical, similar to the judge's announcement. Yet in some areas of science, such as chaos theory and quantum mechanics, unpredictability is a fundamental feature. Chaos theory shows that even deterministic systems can be unpredictable in practice because of sensitivity to initial conditions. Quantum mechanics includes fundamental randomness in certain measurements. These theories predict that certain outcomes are unpredictable, and they do so successfully. The surprise examination paradox raises the question, how is that possible? How can a theory predict unpredictability without contradiction? The answer seems to be that there is a difference between predicting that something is unpredictable in principle and predicting what that something is. The judge's announcement seems to do both. It predicts the execution will happen and also predicts the prisoner will not know when. But a scientific theory might predict that a quantum measurement will have a random outcome without predicting which outcome. The theory predicts the randomness, not the result. This distinction might be relevant to the paradox if the judge only announced that the execution would be unpredictable, without also announcing that it would definitely happen within a specific range of days. There might be no paradox. The trouble comes from combining the definite promise with the unpredictability condition. The range of days makes the event constrained enough that backward reasoning can get traction, but the unpredictability condition makes it impossible for that reasoning to complete successfully. One of the enduring questions about the paradox is whether it is a problem for logic or a problem for language. Is the paradox showing that formal logic breaks down in certain scenarios? Or is it showing that natural language is ambiguous and can create the appearance of contradiction where there is none? Formal logic is built on precise definitions and strict rules of inference. Natural language is flexible, context-dependent, and often vague. The judge's announcement uses natural language. You will be executed on one weekday, and it will be a surprise. When we try to formalize this in logic, we have to make choices about what surprise means, what no means, how time is modeled, and so on. Different choices lead to different formal statements, and some of those statements might be contradictory, while others are not. The paradox might be an artifact of how we translate the natural language announcement into formal terms. But even if the paradox is partly about translation, it is not just a linguistic quibble. The paradox captures something real about the difficulty of making promises about future knowledge. In everyday life, we make such promises all the time. I'll surprise you with a gift. The test will be unannounced. The inspection will be random. We usually do not run into contradictions because we do not push the logic to its limits. We accept a degree of vagueness and ambiguity. We understand that surprise is not an absolute condition, but a reasonable expectation. But the paradox asks what happens when we try to be rigorous, when we take the words literally and apply strict logical reasoning. The answer is that rigor leads to trouble. The more carefully you analyze the announcement, the more contradictory it seems. This suggests that some ordinary concepts, like surprise, resist formalization. They work well in practice, but do not fit neatly into the framework of classical logic. There is also a temporal dimension to the paradox that is worth exploring more carefully. The prisoner's reasoning happens at the beginning of the week, before any days have passed. The prisoner is trying to reason about future knowledge, about what will be known on Tuesday, or Thursday, or Friday. But the prisoner's reasoning itself is happening in the present. The prisoner is in a specific moment in time, with a specific set of beliefs and information. As time passes and days go by, the prisoner's situation changes. New information arrives, or fails to arrive, each morning. The prisoner wakes up and learns whether the execution is today or not. This flow of information over time is essential to the scenario, but the backward reasoning tries to collapse it all into a single static argument. The reasoning treats all the days as if they can be analysed at once, in a timeless way. But time does not work like that. Time unfolds step by step, and each step brings new evidence and new context. This mismatch between timeless reasoning and temporal unfolding is a source of the paradox. The backward induction argument is valid in a timeless logical system, where you can consider all possible states and eliminate inconsistencies. But the actual scenario involves time, change, and the accumulation of knowledge. The prisoner cannot actually be in all the future states at once. The prisoner can only imagine them, reason about them hypothetically. And reasoning about hypothetical future states is different from reasoning within those states. When the prisoner reasons on Monday about what would be known on Friday, the prisoner is not actually on Friday. The reasoning is abstract, removed from the actual temporal flow. When Friday arrives, if it arrives, the prisoner is no longer in the abstract reasoning mode. The prisoner is living through the moment with all the beliefs and uncertainties that come from having reasoned through the week. Those beliefs might not match what the timeless reasoning predicted. Some logicians have tried to model the paradox using temporal logic, which includes operators for reasoning about time. Temporal logic can express statements like, it will be the case that X, or it was the case that Y or X holds until Y happens. Using temporal logic, you can try to formalize the judge's announcement more carefully, distinguishing between what is true at different times and what is known at different times. These formal models sometimes reveal hidden assumptions in the informal reasoning, or they show that the announcement cannot be formalized without introducing modal operators that interact in complex ways. The technical details can be intricate, but the upshot is that temporal reasoning about knowledge is subtle, and the paradox exposes some of that subtlety. Another connection is to the philosophy of free will and determinism. If the judge has decided in advance which day the execution will be, then the day is already determined. The prisoner's reasoning does not change that determination. The execution will happen on the day the judge chose, regardless of what the prisoner concludes. Yet the prisoner's reasoning seems to suggest that the prisoner's own logic constrains what the judge can choose. The prisoner concludes that no day is possible, which seems to imply that the judge cannot have made a valid choice. This creates a tension between the determinacy of the judge's decision and the prisoner's reasoning about possibilities. It is reminiscent of debates about whether the future is fixed or open, whether our choices are determined or free. The paradox does not resolve those debates, but it illustrates how reasoning about future events can feel like it constrains those events, even when logically it does not. There is also a playful side to the paradox, a sense in which it is a kind of intellectual game. Presenting the paradox to someone for the first time and watching them work through the reasoning is a common exercise in philosophy classes. People often have strong reactions. Some immediately see the flaw and point it out. Others are convinced by the backward reasoning and insist the execution cannot happen. Still others are puzzled and uncertain, sensing that something is wrong but unable to pinpoint it. The variety of reactions shows that the paradox touches on deep intuitions about reasoning, knowledge, and prediction, intuitions that differ from person to person. It is a test case for how people think about self-reference and time and certainty. The paradox has also inspired variations and extensions in the literature. One famous extension is the unexpected hanging paradox, which is essentially the same as the surprise execution, but framed as a judge telling a prisoner that they will be hanged on a day they do not expect. Another version is the surprise test paradox, where a teacher tells students there will be a test they do not expect. There are versions involving multiple prisoners, or multiple tests, or more complex conditions. Each variation explores a slightly different aspect of the underlying structure. Some versions add complications, like allowing the prisoner to communicate with the judge, or changing the number of days, or introducing uncertainty about the judge's honesty. These variations show that the core paradox is robust and adaptable, a kind of template that can be applied in many contexts. One particularly interesting variation asks what happens if the prisoner is told the execution will happen, but instead of being told it will be a surprise, the prisoner is told it will happen on a day the prisoner expects. This inverts the condition. Now the prisoner tries to figure out which day they expect, and the reasoning becomes a different kind of loop. If the prisoner expects Monday, then the judge might choose Monday, but then the prisoner would expect Monday, so it would not be unexpected, which contradicts the new condition. This inverted version also leads to paradox, showing that the problem is not specifically about surprise, but about any condition that ties the event to the prisoner's expectations or knowledge. The surprise examination paradox also connects to puzzles in probability theory, such as the two-envelope problem or the Sleeping Beauty problem. These puzzles involve reasoning about uncertain events and updating beliefs in the face of new information. They often include elements of self-reference or perspective that make the correct answer unclear. The surprise examination paradox shares this feature. It is not just a logic puzzle, it is a puzzle about how to reason when your own reasoning process is part of the scenario. This makes it harder to step outside the puzzle and see it objectively. You are inside the puzzle, and the puzzle is about you. In educational settings, the paradox is often used to teach students about the limits of logical reasoning and the importance of careful analysis. It shows that intuitive reasoning can go wrong in subtle ways, that each step of an argument can seem sound while the conclusion is false, and that formal rigor sometimes reveals problems that informal reasoning misses. It also teaches students to question assumptions, to look for hidden premises, and to recognize self-reference. These are valuable skills in philosophy, mathematics, computer science, and many other fields. The paradox is a compact, memorable example that illustrates these lessons vividly. There is also a meta level to the paradox, a sense in which discussing the paradox is itself part of the phenomenon. When we talk about the surprise examination paradox, we are reasoning about reasoning. We are analysing the prisoner's analysis. We are thinking about thinking. This meta-level reasoning is common in philosophy and logic, but it can be disorienting. It is easy to lose track of which level you are on, whether you're talking about the prisoner's beliefs or your own beliefs about the prisoner's beliefs. The paradox plays with these levels, and part of its difficulty is keeping them straight. As we approach the end of this exploration, it is worth returning to the original scenario and considering it one more time with fresh eyes. A prisoner is told an execution will happen on one weekday and will be a surprise. The prisoner reasons that no day can satisfy both conditions, so the execution cannot happen. Then the execution happens, and the prisoner is surprised. What is the lesson? The lesson is not that logic is useless or that reasoning leads us astray. The lesson is that logic has limits, especially when it tries to encompass its own application. When reasoning becomes self-referential, when it tries to predict its own conclusions, it can become unstable. The prisoner's reasoning is correct in a narrow, abstract sense, but it fails to account for how the reasoning itself changes the situation. The prisoner assumes a static model of knowledge, where what will be known in the future is independent of what is concluded now. But knowledge is dynamic. It evolves with time and evidence and thought. The reasoning that eliminates Friday on Monday is not the same as the reasoning that would occur on Friday, because by Friday, the prisoner's beliefs have changed. The judge's announcement, meanwhile, is not a formal logical statement. It is a practical promise made in natural language about a future event. The judge is not claiming to satisfy a set of logical axioms. The judge is claiming to carry out an execution in a way that the prisoner will not expect, and that practical claim can be fulfilled even if a formal logical analysis finds contradictions. The gap between formal logic and practical reality is real. And the paradox lives in that gap. Formal logic offers precision and rigor, but it cannot always capture the full complexity of time, belief, and action. Practical reality is messy, context-dependent, and often ambiguous, but it can accommodate outcomes that formal logic struggles to model. This does not mean we should abandon logic or embrace contradiction. It means we should be aware of the limits of formalization. Logic is a powerful tool, but it is not the only tool, and it is not always the right tool for every question. The surprise examination paradox reminds us to think carefully about what we are modeling, what assumptions we are making, and whether the formal structure we are using actually matches the informal scenario we are analysing. It reminds us to be humble about the reach of pure reason, to recognise that reasoning about ourselves and our own future knowledge is different from reasoning about external facts. It reminds us that surprise, expectation, and knowledge are subtle concepts that resist reduction to simple, formal definitions. In the end, the paradox is a gift to anyone interested in thinking clearly. It is a small, simple scenario that opens up into a vast landscape of questions about logic, language, time, belief, and self-reference. It has no single correct answer, no final resolution that everyone agrees on. Instead, it offers a space for exploration, for different perspectives and different insights. It shows that even the most basic-sounding statements can hide deep complexities. It invites us to think harder, to question our assumptions, to test our intuitions. And it does all this with a kind of elegant simplicity, a setup that can be explained in a few sentences, but can occupy a mind for hours, days, or years. The prisoner, sitting in a cell, trying to reason about an execution that will be a surprise, is all of us trying to predict the unpredictable, trying to know the unknowable, trying to use logic to escape uncertainty. The fact that the reasoning leads to paradox is not a failure. It is a discovery. It is the discovery that some things cannot be fully captured by reasoning, that some uncertainties cannot be eliminated, that some surprises cannot be avoided. The prisoner's effort to eliminate surprise through logic is admirable, but doomed. The future remains open, unknown, surprising, no matter how much we reason about it. And perhaps that is the deepest lesson of the paradox. Not that logic fails, but that some aspects of experience like surprise exist precisely because they cannot be fully predicted or controlled. They exist in the gap between what we can reason about and what actually happens, and that gap is not a flaw in our thinking. It is a feature of the world. The paradox teaches us to be comfortable with that gap, to accept that reasoning has limits, to embrace the uncertainty that remains after all the arguments have been made. It teaches us that being surprised is not a sign of irrationality or ignorance. It is a sign of being embedded in time, of living through events as they unfold, of having beliefs that change and grow. The prisoner who is surprised by the execution is not making a mistake. The prisoner is experiencing what it means to be a finite temporal being, trying to navigate a world that is richer and stranger than any formal system can capture. And so, the paradox, despite its austere logical structure, is ultimately about something very human: the experience of not knowing, the hope of understanding, and the inevitable surprise that life brings. It is about the distance between the map and the territory, the plan and the event, the reasoning and the outcome. It is about the quiet humility that comes from recognizing that no matter how carefully we think, no matter how rigorously we reason, the future will always hold something we did not expect. The execution happens, and it is a surprise, not because the prisoner failed to think hard enough, but because surprise is woven into the fabric of prediction and time. The paradox does not solve this mystery. It simply points to it, clearly and precisely, and invites us to think about what it means to reason about our own future knowledge in a world where that knowledge is always, inevitably, incomplete. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy. There is something deeply reassuring about numbers. When we encounter data about the world, whether it's success rates, test scores, or recovery percentages, we instinctively look for the bottom line, the overall summary that tells us what really happened. If you show someone a table filled with different groups and different outcomes, their eyes will drift toward the total at the end, the grand average that seems to capture everything in one honest measure. This impulse makes perfect sense after all. If you want to know how well a treatment works, or which school performs better, or whether one approach succeeds more often than another, shouldn't you just look at all the cases combined? The word overall carries a certain authority, a promise that you're seeing the complete picture rather than cherry-picking convenient pieces. It feels like the most reliable truth, the number that can't be accused of bias or selective reporting because it includes absolutely everything. But there exists a quiet, unsettling moment in statistics where this intuition completely fails. It's a moment when you gather all your data, calculate that reassuring overall average, and discover that it points in the exact opposite direction of what every single subgroup clearly shows. This isn't a rare computational mistake or a sign that someone manipulated the numbers. It's a genuine mathematical phenomenon called Simpson's paradox, and it represents one of the most counterintuitive aspects of how aggregated data can behave. The paradox doesn't require complicated formulas or advanced mathematics to appear. It simply requires the right kind of structure in your data, different group sizes, different baseline conditions, and a hidden variable quietly influencing how observations get distributed. When these elements combine in particular ways, the overall trend can reverse completely, showing improvement where every subgroup shows decline, or showing harm where every subgroup shows benefit. The shock of Simpson's paradox lies not in its complexity, but in its directness. It demonstrates that combining data doesn't always clarify reality. Sometimes it flips reality into something that contradicts what's actually happening in every observable corner of your dataset. Let's state the core pattern plainly, because the paradox is most striking when you see it in its simplest form. Imagine you're examining the relationship between two variables. Perhaps you're comparing two medical treatments, or two teaching methods, or two business strategies. You divide your data into natural subgroups, perhaps by age, or severity of condition, or initial skill level. Within each subgroup, you see the same clear trend. Treatment A performs better than treatment B in the first group. Treatment A performs better than treatment B in the second group. If you have a third group, treatment A wins there too. Every single comparison, when you control for the subgroup, points in the same direction. The evidence seems overwhelming and consistent. Now you combine all the groups together to look at the overall results. You calculate the total success rate for treatment A across everyone and the total success rate for treatment B across everyone. And suddenly, impossibly, the trend reverses. Treatment B has a higher overall success rate than treatment A. The combined data says precisely the opposite of what every subgroup demonstrated. This isn't a subtle shift or a case where one group differs from the others. All groups agreed on one direction. Every single comparison pointed the same way. Yet the combined average points in the reverse direction. Your first instinct might be to check for a calculation error, to assume someone made a mistake in adding up the numbers. But the arithmetic is correct. The paradox is real, and it's not even particularly rare. The shock of Simpson's paradox comes from how directly it violates our intuition about aggregation. We expect that when we combine evidence from multiple sources, we're building a stronger, more complete picture. We assume that averaging across groups should give us something like a consensus, a middle ground that reflects the general pattern. But Simpson's paradox shows that combining groups isn't always like stacking similar building blocks into a taller tower. Sometimes it's more like mixing liquids of different densities. The result doesn't simply reflect the properties of each component, but rather how much of each component you included and how their different properties interact when combined. The overall average isn't a pure, unbiased summary of the underlying relationships. It's a weighted mixture, and if the weights are uneven in particular ways, that mixture can produce a complete reversal of the pattern you saw in every individual piece. To understand why this happens, we need to think carefully about what an overall average actually represents. When you calculate an average across different groups, you're not treating each group equally. You're giving more influence to the groups with more observations. This is mathematically unavoidable. If Group 1 contains 90 observations and Group 2 contains 10 observations, the overall average will be dominated by whatever happened in Group 1. That's just arithmetic. The bigger group pulls the combined average toward its own value. This weighting isn't necessarily a problem. In fact, it's often exactly what we want, especially if the groups represent how things naturally occur in the real world. If you're measuring the average height of adults and 90% of your sample is between 20 and 60 years old, while only 10% is over 80, the overall average will mostly reflect the heights of younger and middle-aged adults, which makes sense because that's what most adults are. But this weighting becomes deeply problematic when the groups differ not just in size but in their baseline characteristics, when the groups aren't just different quantities of the same thing, but fundamentally different contexts. Simpson's paradox emerges when groups have different baseline levels of the outcome you're measuring, and when those groups are unevenly distributed between the conditions you're comparing. The overall average then becomes a peculiar mixture. It's not measuring the pure effect of your comparison, but rather the effect mixed together with the distribution of observations across contexts. The larger groups, or the groups where observations cluster more heavily, will dominate the overall statistic, and if these groups happen to have very different baseline outcomes, the overall trend can reflect that distribution pattern more than it reflects the actual relationship you're trying to measure. Let's think about this mechanism with a simple, abstract example. Imagine you're comparing two things, call them option A and option B, and you're measuring success rates. You have two groups of cases, easy cases and hard cases. Within easy cases, option A succeeds 85% of the time, and option B succeeds 80% of the time. Option A is better. Within hard cases, option A succeeds 50% of the time, and option B succeeds 40% of the time. Option A is better there too. Both comparisons point in the same direction. Option A outperforms option B in both contexts. Now here's where the distribution matters. Suppose option A is used mostly for hard cases. Perhaps it's a more intensive or expensive approach that people reserve for difficult situations. Let's say option A handles 90 hard cases and only 10 easy cases. Meanwhile, option B is used mostly for easy cases. Perhaps it's the standard first-line approach. Option B handles 90 easy cases and only 10 hard cases. Now calculate the overall success rates. For option A, you have 90 hard cases with a 50% success rate, giving you 45 successes, plus 10 easy cases with an 85% success rate, giving you 8.5 successes, for a total of 53.5 successes out of 100 cases, a 53.5% overall success rate. For option B, you have 90 easy cases with an 80% success rate, giving you 72 successes, plus 10 hard cases with a 40% success rate, giving you 4 successes, for a total of 76 successes out of 100 cases, a 76% overall success rate. The reversal is complete. Option A wins in easy cases, option A wins in hard cases, but option B wins overall. The reason is entirely about distribution. Option A faced mostly hard cases, which naturally have lower success rates regardless of which option you use. Option B faced mostly easy cases, which naturally have higher success rates. The overall averages are dominated by these baseline difficulty levels rather than by the relative effectiveness of the options. You're not seeing which option is better, you're seeing which option happened to be used more often in easier situations. The overall statistic has become confounded by case mix, and that confounding is strong enough to completely reverse the direction of the relationship you observed in every controlled comparison. This brings us to the heart of what's really happening in Simpson's paradox: the presence of a hidden variable that changes how observations get distributed across your comparison groups. The paradox doesn't appear randomly, it requires a specific structure where some third factor, something beyond just the two variables you're comparing, influences both which group a case belongs to and what the baseline outcome is likely to be. This third factor is often called a confounding variable, and its role in Simpson's paradox is to create an unequal distribution that masks the true relationship when you combine groups. Think about what constitutes a confounding variable in this context. It's something that affects group membership. It determines which cases end up in which subgroup, and it also affects the outcome you're measuring. In our treatment example, the confounding variable was case difficulty. Difficulty affected which treatment got chosen, with harder cases more likely to receive treatment A, and difficulty also affected success rates, with harder cases naturally having lower success regardless of treatment. When you combined all cases together without accounting for difficulty, you were comparing unlike with unlike. You were comparing treatment A's performance in a mostly difficult patient population against treatment B's performance in a mostly easy patient population. The overall difference in success rates reflected the difference in patient populations more than it reflected the difference in treatment effectiveness. This pattern appears over and over in real-world data, often in situations where people don't immediately recognize the confounding variable at work. Consider college admission rates, a classic example of Simpson's paradox. You might find that when you look at overall admission rates, School A admits a lower percentage of applicants than School B. But when you break down the data by department, you discover that School A has higher admission rates than School B in every single department. How is this possible? The resolution lies in application patterns. Perhaps School A has more of its applications concentrated in highly selective departments, engineering, medicine, law, where admission rates are naturally low for everyone. School B might have more applications concentrated in less selective departments, where admission rates are naturally higher. The overall admission rate at School A is pulled down by the concentration of applications in tough departments, while School B's overall rate is pulled up by the concentration in easier departments. Within any given department, School A is actually more welcoming, but across all departments combined, School B appears more accessible simply because of where applicants chose to apply. The hidden variable here is department selectivity. It affects where applications concentrate. Students self-select into different departments based on their interests and qualifications. And it affects admission rates. Some departments are naturally more selective than others, regardless of which school they're at. When you calculate overall admission rates, you're mixing together applications from highly selective and less selective departments in different proportions at each school. The overall rates tell you more about the mix of departments where students applied than about how welcoming each school actually is to comparable applicants. Or consider a medical example that feels particularly urgent and real. Suppose you're comparing mortality rates between two hospitals. Hospital Alpha has a higher overall mortality rate than Hospital Beta. More of their patients die. This seems like damning evidence that Hospital Beta provides better care. But then you break down the data by patient condition severity. You look at low-risk patients, those who come in with minor issues or routine procedures. Hospital Alpha has a lower mortality rate than Hospital Beta for these patients. Then you look at high-risk patients, those who arrive with serious conditions or undergo complex surgeries. Hospital Alpha has a lower mortality rate than Hospital Beta for these patients too. Hospital Alpha achieves better survival rates for both low-risk and high-risk patients, yet has a worse overall mortality rate. The paradox appears because of patient mix. Perhaps Hospital Alpha is a major trauma centre or a specialised facility that receives a much higher proportion of high-risk cases. Even though they save a higher percentage of both low-risk and high-risk patients than Hospital Beta does, their overall mortality rate is driven up by the fact that most of their patients are in the high-risk category, where mortality is inevitable for some percentage regardless of care quality. The hidden variable is patient risk level. It affects which hospital patients go to. Sicker patients get referred to specialised centres. Healthier patients might choose community hospitals. And it affects mortality. Sicker patients are more likely to die regardless of where they're treated. The overall mortality rates are confounded by case mix, and unless you account for that case mix, you might conclude the opposite of the truth about care quality. The hospital that actually saves more lives per comparable patient can appear worse when you ignore the fact that they're treating a fundamentally different and more challenging patient population. These examples share a common structure. There's a comparison you want to make between treatments, between schools, between hospitals. There's an outcome you're measuring: success rates, admission rates, survival rates. And there's a third variable that creates structure in your data: difficulty level, department selectivity, patient risk, that influences both which observations end up in which group and what the baseline outcome tends to be. When this third variable distributes observations unevenly across the groups you're comparing, the overall average becomes a weighted mixture of different baseline conditions, rather than a pure measure of the comparison you care about. The bigger the imbalance in distribution, and the bigger the difference in baseline outcomes between subgroups, the more likely you are to see Simpson's paradox appear. Let's walk through another example slowly, letting the reversal unfold step by step so you can watch the mechanism at work. Imagine a company is evaluating two training programs for its employees. Program X and Program Y both aim to improve job performance, measured by some standardized assessment. The company has two types of employees: new hires who are still learning the basics, and experienced workers who are refining advanced skills. The company decides to look at performance scores after training to see which program works better. They start by examining new hires. Among new hires who took Program X, the average post-training score is 65 out of 100. Among new hires who took Program Y, the average score is 60 out of 100. Program X appears superior for new hires, producing scores that are 5 points higher on average. Then they look at experienced workers. Among experienced workers who took Program X, the average score is 88 out of 100. Among experienced workers who took Program Y, the average score is 85 out of 100. Again, Program X produces better results, this time by 3 points. Every comparison favours Program X. It works better for new hires, and it works better for experienced workers. Confident in these findings, the company calculates the overall average scores. They're surprised to discover that across all employees combined, Program Y has a higher average score than Program X. How did this happen? The answer lies in who took which program. Let's say Program X is a more intensive, time-consuming program that requires significant time away from regular work. Because of this, the company tended to use Program X primarily for new hires, people who weren't yet fully productive anyway. So taking them away from work for training didn't represent a major opportunity cost. Out of 100 people who took Program X, 90 were new hires and only 10 were experienced workers. Meanwhile, Program Y is a lighter, more flexible program that people can complete while still doing their regular jobs. The company used Program Y primarily for experienced workers who couldn't spare the time for intensive training. Out of 100 people who took Program Y, 90 were experienced workers and only 10 were new hires. Now let's calculate the overall averages carefully. For Program X, 90 new hires scoring an average of 65 points contribute 5,850 total points. 10 experienced workers scoring an average of 88 points contribute 880 total points. Combined, that's 6,730 points across 100 people, for an average of 67.3 points. For Program Y, 10 new hires scoring an average of 60 points contribute 600 total points. 90 experienced workers scoring an average of 85 points contribute 7,650 total points. Combined, that's 8,250 points across 100 people, for an average of 82.5 points. Program Y's overall average is dramatically higher, 82.5 versus 67.3. Yet Program X outperformed Program Y in both subgroups. The resolution is transparent once. You see the distribution. Program X's overall average is pulled down by the fact that 90% of its participants were new hires who naturally score lower regardless of training program because they're still learning basic skills. Program Y's overall average is pulled up by the fact that 90% of its participants were experienced workers who naturally score higher because they already have strong foundational skills. The overall averages are dominated by employee experience level rather than by program effectiveness. If you only looked at the overall scores, you'd conclude that Program Y is the superior training program and should be rolled out to everyone. But if you actually assigned new hires to Program Y and experienced workers to Program X, you'd be giving each group the program that performed worse for people like them. The overall statistic pointed you toward exactly the wrong decision. This example illustrates why Simpson's paradox matters beyond being a statistical curiosity. It's not a rare edge case that only appears in carefully constructed textbook examples. It's a warning about a fundamental interpretive challenge that appears whenever you're combining data from groups with different characteristics and different distributions. The paradox emerges in medical studies, in educational assessments, in business analytics, in social science research, in legal cases, in policy evaluations, anywhere that data combines groups with different base rates, different starting conditions, different selection patterns, or different exposure levels. And the danger is that the overall trend, the number that feels most authoritative and complete, can actively mislead you about what's actually happening. The prevalence of Simpson's paradox in real decisions stems from a few common patterns in how data gets collected and analysed. First, people often self-select into groups based on factors that also affect outcomes. Students choose which departments to apply to based partly on their interests and qualifications, and those same factors affect admission rates. Patients end up at different hospitals based partly on how sick they are, and sickness level affects survival. This self-selection creates the uneven distribution across groups that enables the paradox. Second, people often make comparisons using aggregate data without carefully considering what subgroups might exist within that data. It's easier and more intuitive to compare overall success rates than to break everything down by relevant factors and compare within each factor level. But that convenience can come at the cost of accuracy. Third, the factors that create structure in your data, the confounding variables, aren't always obvious or immediately visible. You might not have data on patient risk levels, or case difficulty, or prior experience, or the dozens of other factors that could be creating unequal distributions and different baseline outcomes across groups. This brings us to a crucial shift in how we should think about Simpson's paradox. The question isn't really which trend is true, the subgroup trends, or the overall trend. Both trends are mathematically accurate. The subgroup trends are true. Within each subgroup, the relationship goes in that direction. The overall trend is also true. When you combine all observations together, the aggregate relationship goes in that direction. The paradox doesn't indicate that someone calculated incorrectly or that the data is lying to you. It indicates that you're seeing two different things, two different questions being answered by two different statistics. The better question is, overall for whom, under what mix? When you calculate an overall average, you're calculating the average outcome for the specific mixture of groups that happen to exist in your data. If 90% of people in your dataset received a treatment under difficult conditions and 10% received it under easy conditions, your overall average tells you what happens for that particular 90-10 mix. It doesn't tell you what would happen if the mix were different. It doesn't tell you what would happen for a specific individual whose circumstances you know. And it doesn't necessarily tell you which option is inherently better when compared under equivalent conditions. This reframing helps clarify when each type of statistic is meaningful. The subgroup comparisons tell you about relative effectiveness within comparable contexts. They control for the confounding variable by holding it constant. They compare like with like. If you're trying to make a decision for someone whose circumstances you know, the subgroup comparison is usually what you want. If you're a new hire trying to choose between training programs, you should look at how each program performed for other new hires, not at how they performed overall, across a mix of new and experienced workers that doesn't reflect your situation. If you're a patient with a known risk level trying to choose between hospitals, you should look at how each hospital performs for patients with your risk level, not at overall mortality rates that mix together all risk levels in proportions that might not match your case. The overall statistic tells you about what happens under the real-world distribution as it exists. If you're trying to predict aggregate outcomes for a population that will naturally sort itself into groups in particular proportions, the overall statistic captures that. If you're a policymaker trying to understand what will happen if you implement a program across an entire population that will distribute itself across difficulty levels in certain ways, the overall rate might be informative. But even then, you need to understand what that overall rate represents. It's not a pure measure of program effectiveness, but rather a measure of effectiveness mixed with population distribution. If the distribution changes, the overall rate will change even if the program's effectiveness within each subgroup stays constant. The paradox teaches that truth depends on the question you're actually trying to answer. Are you trying to measure which option is more effective under equivalent conditions? Then you want the subgroup comparisons because they isolate the effect by controlling for confounding factors. Are you trying to predict what will happen in practice given how things actually distribute themselves? Then you need to think carefully about whether your current overall statistic reflects the distribution that will actually occur, or whether it reflects a historical distribution that might not continue. Simpson's paradox appears when we confuse these questions, when we use an overall statistic to answer a question about comparative effectiveness, or when we assume that overall rates will stay constant even as the underlying distribution shifts. Consider what happens if you try to apply an overall statistic without understanding its dependence on distribution. Suppose our company from earlier decides that since Program Y has a higher overall average score, they'll switch everyone to Program Y. All new hires will now take Program Y instead of Program X, and all experienced workers will continue taking Program Y as they already were. What happens to the overall average? It drops. New hires who previously would have scored 65 under Program X now score 60 under Program Y. The company's overall average was 82.5 when 90% of trainees were experienced workers taking Program Y and 10% were new hires taking Program Y. Now that everyone takes Program Y, with let's say equal numbers of new and experienced workers, the overall average becomes the midpoint of 60 and 85, which is 72.5. The overall average dropped by 10 points, even though the company switched everyone to the program with the better overall performance. The disconnect happened because the original overall average didn't measure program quality. It measured the outcome of having most trainees be experienced workers. Once that distribution changed, The overall average changed too, revealing that it was never a stable measure of program effectiveness. This helps explain why Simpson's paradox can be so dangerous in practice. People make decisions based on overall statistics, assuming those statistics reflect some stable underlying truth. But when the statistic is confounded by distribution, and when the decision changes that distribution, the expected outcome can fail to materialize. You thought you were choosing the better option, but you were actually choosing the option that happened to be used more often by people with naturally better outcomes for reasons unrelated to the option's effectiveness. So how do you protect yourself from being fooled by Simpson's paradox? The answer lies not in always preferring subgroup trends over overall trends, or vice versa, but in understanding what created the structure in your data and what question you're actually trying to answer. This requires a kind of gentle, persistent skepticism about aggregate statistics, not a rejection of them, but a habit of looking beneath them to see what they're made of. Start by asking what the relevant subgroups might be. Whenever you're comparing two things and looking at an overall difference, consider whether there are natural categories within your data that might have different baseline outcomes. If you're comparing success rates, think about whether there are easier and harder cases. If you're comparing test scores, think about whether there are students with different starting skill levels. If you're comparing medical outcomes, think about whether there are patients with different severity levels. The goal isn't to subdivide endlessly, but to identify factors that both affect the outcome you're measuring and might be distributed differently across the groups you're comparing. Next, ask whether group sizes are uneven. If your two comparison groups have equal numbers of observations in each subgroup, Simpson's paradox becomes much less likely, though still possible in more complex scenarios. But if one comparison group is concentrated in a particular subgroup, while the other is concentrated elsewhere, that's a warning sign. Uneven distribution is the structural requirement for the paradox to appear. The more extreme the imbalance, the more the overall statistic will be dominated by whichever subgroup is largest. And the more likely it is that the overall trend could diverge from the within subgroup trends. Then ask whether there's a third variable that could be creating both the group membership pattern and the baseline outcome differences. This is where you look for confounding. What determines which observations end up in which comparison group? Is it random assignment, or do observations sort themselves based on some factor that also affects the outcome? If treatments are chosen based on patient severity, if schools attract applications based on department prestige, if programs are assigned based on employee experience level, then you have potential confounding. The third variable is creating an unequal distribution across the groups you're comparing, and that distribution might be masking or reversing the true relationship. Ask whether you're comparing like with like. This is really the heart of the issue. When you calculate an overall average across groups, you're implicitly treating all observations as equivalent, as though they all came from the same context. But if the groups have fundamentally different characteristics, different difficulty levels, different risk profiles, different starting points, then combining them isn't giving you a fair comparison. It's giving you a comparison that's confounded by whichever group contributed more observations. The subgroup comparisons attempt to compare like with like by holding the confounding variable constant. Finally, ask what you're trying to learn. This might be the most important question. Are you trying to understand which option is inherently more effective, more successful, or better when applied to equivalent situations? Then you probably want controlled comparisons within subgroups, because those isolate the effect you care about. Are you trying to predict what will happen in practice as things naturally occur with people or cases distributing themselves however they actually do? Then you need to think carefully about whether your overall statistic reflects the relevant real-world distribution and whether that distribution is stable or might change. Understanding what the overall number actually represents is how you avoid being fooled by Simpson's paradox. You don't solve the paradox by picking one trend and declaring it the winner. You solve it by recognizing that aggregation is not neutral. It's a choice about how to weight different pieces of evidence, and that choice matters enormously when the pieces have different characteristics. The overall statistic is not more objective or more complete than the subgroup statistics. It's simply answering a different question, and if the distribution is uneven in particular ways, it might be answering a question you don't actually care about. There's something humbling about Simpson's paradox that goes beyond the specific mathematical mechanism. It challenges our basic intuition that more data and broader aggregation lead to clearer truth. We're taught to be skeptical of small samples and narrow views, to value comprehensive datasets that include everyone. And this is generally good advice. Small samples are indeed more vulnerable to random noise and less likely to capture the full picture. But Simpson's paradox shows that comprehensiveness can mislead when comprehensiveness means combining things that shouldn't be combined, mixing contexts that are fundamentally different. The broadest view isn't always the clearest view. Sometimes clarity requires looking more narrowly at carefully defined subgroups where comparisons are actually meaningful. The paradox also reveals something about the nature of statistical truth. We often talk about statistics as though they're simply reflecting objective reality, as though if we measure carefully enough, we'll discover what's really true. But statistics are always measuring something specific, answering particular questions based on how we've structured the analysis. Simpson's paradox shows that the same data can truthfully tell two opposite stories depending on whether you aggregate or disaggregate, and both stories are mathematically correct. The reversal isn't an error or an illusion, it's a genuine feature of how different levels of aggregation can yield different relationships. This doesn't mean truth is arbitrary or that all interpretations are equally valid. It means that statistical truth is always conditional on the question being asked and the structure being analysed. The relationship between two variables isn't a single fixed thing. It can genuinely differ depending on whether you're looking within homogeneous subgroups or across heterogeneous mixtures. This connects to a broader insight about how we should interpret quantitative evidence. Numbers feel precise and objective, but every number is embedded in context, in decisions about what to measure, how to group observations, which variables to control for, what level of aggregation to use. Simpson's paradox is an extreme example where these choices lead to opposite conclusions, but the underlying lesson applies more generally. Every average is an average of something, aggregated in some particular way, and the structure of that aggregation shapes what the average means. When you see an overall statistic, you're not seeing a pure, unmediated truth about the world. You're seeing one particular summary of the data, created by combining observations in a specific way, and that summary might or might not be answering the question you care about. The gentle irony of Simpson's paradox is that it appears precisely when you try to be most comprehensive and inclusive. The reversal doesn't happen because you ignored some data or cherry-picked favourable comparisons. It happens because you included all the data and combined it into one grand overall statistic. The paradox emerges from totality, from the attempt to capture everything in a single number. This isn't an argument against comprehensiveness, but it is a reminder that comprehensiveness without structure can obscure rather than illuminate. The goal isn't to avoid combining data. Often you need combined statistics to understand aggregate outcomes. The goal is to understand what your combined statistic actually represents, what it's weighted by, what it's mixing together, and whether that mixture corresponds to the question you're trying to answer. There's also a practical lesson about communication and interpretation. When you present an overall statistic, a success rate, an average outcome, a comparative measure, you're implicitly claiming that this number represents a meaningful summary, that it tells people something useful about the comparison you're making. But Simpson's paradox shows that an overall statistic can be actively misleading even when it's correctly calculated. If the statistic is dominated by one subgroup, if it's confounded by a third variable, if it combines unlike with unlike, then presenting it without explanation can lead people to exactly the wrong conclusion. This places a burden on anyone analysing or presenting data to look beneath the overall numbers, to check for subgroup patterns, to consider potential confounding, and to help others understand what the aggregate statistics do and don't tell you. At the same time, there's a burden on people interpreting data, on all of us when we encounter statistics in news reports, research papers, policy documents, or business analyses, to maintain a healthy curiosity about where numbers come from. When someone tells you that option A has better overall outcomes than option B, it's worth asking, better for whom? Under what conditions? In what mixture of circumstances? Are the groups being compared actually equivalent, or is one group handling harder cases, or facing more challenging conditions, or drawing from a different population? These questions aren't about being needlessly skeptical or distrusting all statistics. They're about recognizing that statistics answer specific questions, and the question being answered might not be the question you need answered. Simpson's paradox appears in enough real-world contexts that it's worth being aware of its signature. Every subgroup shows one trend, but the overall data shows the opposite trend. When you encounter this pattern, it's almost always because of unequal distribution combined with different baseline outcomes across subgroups. The larger groups, or the groups where observations cluster more heavily in one comparison group versus the other, dominate the overall average. The overall statistic ends up measuring the mix of who ended up where, rather than measuring the pure effect of your comparison. And if you act on the overall statistic without understanding this, you can make decisions that actively contradict what works in every actual context. But here's the comforting part. Once you understand the mechanism, Simpson's paradox stops being paradoxical. The reversal stops feeling like magic, or like the data is somehow broken. It starts feeling like a natural consequence of weighted averages when weights are uneven and baselines differ. You can see it coming when you notice the structural elements. Different group sizes, different baseline outcomes, potential confounding variables. You can check for it by breaking your overall comparison into subgroups and seeing whether the pattern holds or reverses. And you can avoid being misled by it by thinking carefully about what question you're trying to answer and whether your overall statistic is actually answering that question or confounding it with distribution effects. The paradox also becomes less threatening when you realize that you don't need to resolve it by declaring one trend right and the other wrong. Both trends can be accurate descriptions of different things. The subgroup trends describe what happens within comparable contexts. The overall trend describes what happens when you mix those contexts in particular proportions. Neither is a lie, neither is a mistake, they're just answering different questions. Your job is to figure out which question matters for your purpose and interpret the appropriate statistic accordingly, while understanding what it represents and what it doesn't. There's something almost meditative about sitting with Simpson's paradox long enough to really understand it. At first it feels impossible. How can all the subgroups point one way and the total point the other way? It seems to violate basic logic. But as you work through the arithmetic, as you watch how weighted averages operate, as you see how different group sizes and different baselines interact, the impossibility dissolves into inevitability. Of course this happens. Of course, when you have uneven distributions and different baseline outcomes, the overall average can reverse. It's not mysterious once you see the mechanism. It's just math, working exactly as math should, revealing that aggregation is not neutral and that structure matters. This understanding brings with it a kind of calm clarity about how to think about data. You don't need to be afraid of Simpson's paradox, or to assume that any statistic might reverse if you just found the right subgroups. The paradox requires specific conditions, uneven distribution, different baselines, Confounding variables. Most of the time, when you aggregate data, you get something that reasonably reflects the average of what happened. But you develop an awareness, a habit of asking about structure, about distribution, about what's being mixed together. You look at overall statistics with both respect for what they capture and caution about what they might obscure. The paradox also offers a gentle reminder about intellectual humility. We live in a world that increasingly runs on data, on metrics, on quantified comparisons and statistical summaries. And this is in many ways valuable. Data can reveal patterns we wouldn't otherwise see, can help us make more informed decisions, can check our biases and intuitions against empirical evidence. But Simpson's paradox shows that data doesn't interpret itself. The same dataset can support opposite conclusions depending on how you analyze it. The numbers don't tell you which analysis is appropriate. You need judgment, context, understanding of the domain, and careful thought about what you're trying to learn. The paradox appears at the intersection of mathematics and meaning, where technically correct calculations can lead to substantively wrong interpretations if you don't understand the context that generated the data. In some ways, Simpson's paradox is a lesson in slowing down. Our instinct with data is often to look for the bottom line, the simple summary, the clear answer. We want to know which is better. What's the overall result? What does the data say? And there's nothing wrong with wanting clear answers. But the paradox teaches that clarity sometimes requires stepping back from the immediate overall number and asking what created it, what it's made of, whether it's mixing things that should be separated. This slower, more careful approach to interpretation, looking at subgroups, thinking about distribution, considering confounding, is what protects you from being misled. It's also worth noting that Simpson's paradox can work in both directions. We focus mostly on examples where subgroup trends all point one way and the overall trend reverses, but the paradox can also make something look good overall, even though it's worse in every subgroup. The same mechanism operates. Uneven distribution across groups with different baselines creates an overall statistic that's dominated by mix rather than by comparative effect. Whether this makes the overall trend reverse from negative to positive or from positive to negative depends on the specifics of which groups are larger and which baselines are higher. But the underlying issue is the same. The overall trend can mislead in either direction. There's also a version of Simpson's paradox that can appear with more than two groups, or with continuous rather than categorical subgroups, or in more complex statistical models. The basic insight remains when you aggregate across contexts that differ in both their prevalence and their baseline outcomes, the aggregate can show a relationship that differs from or reverses the relationship within contexts. The mathematical sophistication can increase, but the conceptual core stays the same. Aggregation combines data in ways that weight some observations more heavily than others, and if those weights correlate with baseline outcomes, the aggregate relationship can misrepresent the within-context relationships. Understanding Simpson's paradox also helps clarify what it means to control for a variable in statistical analysis. When researchers say they controlled for a factor, age, severity, experience level, whatever, they're often doing something analogous to looking at subgroups. They're trying to compare outcomes while holding that factor constant, rather than letting it confound the comparison. Simpson's paradox illustrates why this matters. Without controlling for confounding variables, your comparison might be dominated by who ended up in which group, rather than by the actual effect of your treatment or intervention. Controlling for those variables, either by analysing subgroups separately or by including them in a statistical model, attempts to isolate the relationship you care about from the distribution effects that can obscure or reverse it. But even controlling for variables requires judgment. Which variables should you control for? If you control for too few, you leave in confounding. If you control for too many, you might control away the very relationship you're trying to measure, or introduce new biases. Simpson's paradox doesn't give you a formula for which variables to control. It just demonstrates that whether you aggregate or disaggregate, and along which dimensions, fundamentally shapes what relationships you'll observe. The decision about what constitutes a meaningful comparison, about which subgroups matter, about what should be controlled and what should be examined. Separately, these are judgment calls that depend on understanding the subject matter, not just the mathematics. There's a philosophical dimension here too, about the nature of causation and effectiveness. When we ask whether treatment A is better than treatment B, we're often asking a causal question. Does choosing treatment A cause better outcomes than choosing treatment B? But Simpson's paradox shows that this question doesn't have a single answer, independent of context. Treatment A might cause better outcomes for easy cases and for hard cases, but if you apply it to a population that's mostly hard cases, while applying treatment B to a population that's mostly easy cases, treatment B will show better overall outcomes. The causal effect depends on context, on who receives the treatment and what their baseline characteristics are. This doesn't mean causation is hopelessly relative, or that we can't make meaningful causal claims. It means that causal effects can vary across contexts, and overall averages of causal effects depend on the distribution of contexts, just as overall averages of any quantity do. This insight connects to debates in fields like medicine and public health about the difference between efficacy and effectiveness. Efficacy typically refers to how well something works under ideal, controlled conditions, like the subgroup comparisons in Simpson's paradox, where you're comparing like with like. Effectiveness refers to how well something works in actual practice, where people aren't randomly assigned and contexts vary. Simpson's paradox shows that effectiveness statistics can be misleading if the real-world distribution includes confounding. A treatment might show worse overall effectiveness than an alternative, even though it has better efficacy in every context, simply because it gets used more often in harder contexts. As you sit with all of this, letting the implications settle, there's a sense in which Simpson's paradox is both deeply important and quietly reassuring. It's important because it reveals a genuine way that statistical evidence can mislead, a way that overall numbers can point in precisely the wrong direction. This matters for medical decisions, policy choices, business strategies, legal arguments, and anywhere else that data drives conclusions. Missing Simpson's paradox can lead to actively harmful decisions, choosing treatments that perform worse, implementing policies that backfire, trusting institutions that actually underperform, all because an overall statistic confounded effectiveness with distribution. But it's also reassuring because the paradox is understandable. It's not a weird quantum phenomenon or an irreducible mystery. It's just weighted averages behaving exactly as weighted averages should, combined with distributions that happen to be uneven in particular ways. Once you see the mechanism, you can check for it, you can look at subgroups, you can think about distribution. You can ask what's being mixed together and whether the mix matches what you care about. The paradox gives you something specific to watch for, that signature pattern of within-group consistency but overall reversal. When you see it, you know there's confounding from distribution, and you can adjust your interpretation accordingly. Perhaps the deepest lesson of Simpson's paradox is about the relationship between simplicity and truth. We value simplicity in explanations and summaries. We want the one number that tells us what we need to know, the clear bottom line, the straightforward answer. And often simplicity serves us well. It makes information manageable and communicable. But Simpson's paradox shows that sometimes the simple summary, the overall average, the comprehensive total, doesn't capture what's actually happening. Sometimes truth requires accepting complexity, requires looking at multiple subgroups rather than one overall number, requires acknowledging that different contexts might need different answers. This isn't an argument for making everything complicated or for never using aggregate statistics. It's an argument for being willing to dig deeper when the overall statistic might be hiding important structure, for being comfortable with the idea that sometimes the right answer isn't a single number, but a set of conditional statements about what happens in different contexts. The paradox also reminds us that context is not optional decoration added to statistics. It's fundamental to what statistics mean. The same success rate means something different if it came from easy cases versus hard cases. The same admission rate means something different if it came from selective departments versus open enrollment programs. The same mortality rate means something different if it came from low-risk versus high-risk patients. Context isn't separate from the number. It's part of what makes the number meaningful or misleading. Simpson's paradox appears when we strip away context by aggregating, when we combine numbers from different contexts and lose track of where they came from. Preserving context through subgroup analysis or appropriate controls, or simply through careful description of what the overall number represents, is how we avoid the reversal. There's a quieter implication too about how we should approach disagreements about data. Sometimes people argue about statistics because they're looking at different levels of aggregation. One person points to overall rates and draws one conclusion. Another person points to subgroup comparisons and draws the opposite conclusion. Without understanding Simpson's paradox, this looks like one person must be wrong or manipulating the data. But both might be accurately describing real patterns in the same dataset, just at different levels of aggregation. The disagreement isn't about facts, but about which level of aggregation answers the relevant question. Recognizing this can make these disagreements more productive. Instead of arguing about whose number is right, you can clarify what question you're trying to answer, whether the overall distribution matches the context you care about, and whether there's confounding that makes one level of analysis more appropriate than another. Simpson's paradox also has something to teach about fairness and evaluation. When we evaluate people, programs, or institutions based on outcomes, we're often calculating overall statistics, overall success rates, overall performance metrics, overall achievement levels. But if different entities face different distributions of difficulty, different starting populations, different baseline challenges, those overall statistics might be deeply unfair. They might punish the entity that took on harder cases, or reward the entity that cherry-picked easier circumstances. Fair evaluation requires either comparing entities that face equivalent populations, or adjusting for population differences, or at minimum, acknowledging that overall outcome differences might reflect population differences rather than performance differences. Simpson's paradox makes this vivid. It shows that you can literally be the best performer in every context and still have the worst overall statistics if you face a worse distribution of contexts. As we come toward the end of thinking about this paradox, it's worth stepping back and seeing it as part of a larger pattern in how we understand quantitative evidence. Simpson's paradox is one of several ways that statistical relationships can surprise us, can violate our intuitions, can show patterns that feel impossible until you understand the mechanism. There are other paradoxes and surprising results in statistics: regression to the mean, the base rate fallacy, Bergson's paradox, and many others. What they share is that they reveal the gap between mathematical truth and intuitive interpretation, between what the numbers say and what we think they mean. This gap exists because our intuitions evolved in simpler contexts, dealing with smaller amounts of information, where averages really did represent something like the typical case, and where combining evidence really did give you a clearer picture. But in a world of large datasets, complex systems, and heterogeneous populations, our simple intuitions can fail. We need to supplement intuition with careful thinking about statistical structure, about what creates patterns in data, about how aggregation and weighting work. This doesn't mean abandoning intuition. It remains valuable as a starting point and a check on whether our formal analyses make sense. But it means being willing to override intuition when the structure of the situation demands it, when the mathematics clearly shows that the intuitive answer is wrong. Simpson's paradox is a perfect example. Every instinct says that if treatment A is better in every subgroup, it must be better overall. But the mathematics shows this isn't necessarily true, and once you understand why, you can adjust your intuition to account for the role of distribution and weighting. The journey through Simpson's paradox, from initial confusion through understanding to eventual insight, mirrors a broader journey in statistical literacy. At first, statistics feels like it should be straightforward. You collect numbers, you calculate averages, you see what the data says. But as you go deeper, you discover layer after layer of subtlety. You learn about sampling variability and why small samples can mislead. You learn about confounding and why correlation doesn't prove causation. You learn about selection bias and why who's included in your data matters enormously. You learn about Simpson's paradox and why the level of aggregation shapes the relationships you observe. Each layer adds complexity, but also adds clarity. You develop a more nuanced understanding of what data can and can't tell you, of what different statistics mean, of how to interpret quantitative evidence responsibly. Simpson's paradox sits at an interesting position in this landscape. It's not about random variation or uncertainty. The reversal can appear even with infinite sample sizes and perfect measurements. It's not about causation versus correlation. The paradox can affect both. It's specifically about aggregation and distribution, about how combining data from different contexts creates weighted averages that might not represent any of the underlying contexts. This makes it particularly relevant in our current era of big data and comprehensive metrics, where the temptation is always to aggregate everything, to combine all available information into single summary statistics. Simpson's paradox warns that more data, combined thoughtlessly, can obscure truth rather than reveal it. And yet, despite all these warnings and complications, there's something ultimately optimistic about understanding Simpson's paradox. It shows that statistical confusion, even statistical reversals, can be understood and explained. It demonstrates that what looks paradoxical becomes clear once you understand the underlying mechanism. It proves that careful thinking about data structure can prevent misinterpretation. The paradox isn't a reason to distrust statistics. It's a reason to think more carefully about statistics, to look beneath overall numbers, to ask about distribution and context, to match the level of analysis to the question you're actually trying to answer. There's also something satisfying about the paradox's resolution. The mystery disappears completely once you see how weighted averages work, once you trace through the arithmetic of combining groups with different sizes and different baselines. You can literally watch the reversal happen step by step, seeing exactly how the larger group dominates the overall average and pulls it away from the pattern you saw in each subgroup. There's no magic, no contradiction, no violation of logic, just mathematics operating exactly as it should, revealing that our intuition about what overall means was too simple. The overall average isn't somehow above or beyond the subgroup averages, isn't a purer truth that transcends the details. It's a specific calculation with specific properties, and those properties include being heavily weighted toward larger groups and being sensitive to baseline differences across groups. As you let all of this settle, as you imagine encountering statistics in your own life, or work with this understanding in mind, there's a new kind of attentiveness that Simpson's paradox cultivates. When you see an overall comparison, you find yourself wondering, what subgroups might exist within this data? Are they distributed evenly across the comparison groups or unevenly? Might the overall difference reflect who ended up where, rather than which option is actually better? This isn't paranoia or excessive skepticism, it's appropriate caution, a recognition that aggregation is a choice with consequences. Sometimes that choice is exactly right, and the overall statistic tells you what you need to know. But sometimes the choice obscures what matters, and you need to look more carefully at the structure beneath the summary. The paradox also encourages a particular kind of intellectual honesty in how we present and interpret data. If you've calculated an overall statistic and discovered that it reverses when you look at subgroups, you have a responsibility to explain this. You can't just present the overall number that supports your preferred conclusion and ignore the subgroup patterns that contradict it, any more than you can ignore the overall pattern and cherry-pick favourable subgroups. The honest approach is to present both, to explain the reversal, to discuss what creates it, and to help people understand which comparison is more relevant for the decisions they face. This transparency is harder than just presenting a single number, but it's what responsible data analysis requires when Simpson's paradox appears. In the end, Simpson's paradox is a story about humility, about recognizing that our intuitions about aggregation can fail, that simple summaries can mislead, that more comprehensive statistics aren't always better statistics. It's a reminder that every number is embedded in structure, that every average reflects choices about what to include and how to weight it, that truth depends on asking the right question and analysing at the appropriate level. The world is layered, not flat. Context matters. Distribution shapes outcomes. And sometimes to see clearly, you need to resist the temptation to collapse everything into a single overall statistic and instead maintain the distinctions that make comparisons meaningful. But it's also a story about understanding, about how what seems impossible becomes inevitable once you see the mechanism, about how careful thinking can resolve confusion, about how mathematical literacy can protect you from being misled. Simpson's paradox isn't a reason to despair about our ability to learn from data. It's an invitation to learn more carefully, to look more deeply, to think more clearly about what our statistics actually mean. The reversal stops feeling like a paradox and starts feeling like a natural consequence of how weighted averages behave when weights are uneven and contexts differ. This understanding doesn't eliminate the challenge of interpreting data well. That remains hard work requiring judgment and care, but it gives you tools for that work, specific things to check for, specific questions to ask, specific ways that aggregation can mislead and how to protect against them. The final comfort in understanding Simpson's paradox is the clarity it brings to situations that might otherwise feel hopelessly confusing. When you encounter contradictory statistics, when overall trends disagree with subgroup trends, when different analyses of the same data reach opposite conclusions, Simpson's paradox gives you a framework for understanding what's happening. You can check whether it's a distribution issue, whether different levels of aggregation are answering different questions, whether confounding is creating the contradiction. This doesn't automatically resolve every disagreement or make every decision easy, but it replaces confusion with comprehension. You understand why the reversal happens. You know what to look for. You can figure out which statistic answers your actual question. The paradox that once seemed impossible now seems natural. The reversal that once seemed paradoxical now seems like an expected consequence of combining data with particular structural properties. And so we arrive at a quiet understanding. Numbers don't speak for themselves. Aggregates aren't automatically trustworthy. And overall doesn't always mean most accurate. Simpson's paradox teaches that clarity requires looking beneath the surface of summary statistics, understanding the distribution and structure that creates them, and matching the level of analysis to the question you need answered. The reversal between subgroup trends and overall trends isn't a failure of mathematics or a flaw in the data. It's a natural consequence of how weighted averages work when applied to heterogeneous groups with uneven distributions. Once you see this, really see it, and understand it, you're less likely to be fooled by misleading aggregates. You develop an instinct for asking about subgroups, for thinking about distribution, for questioning whether the overall number is actually answering your question or confounding it with something else. This understanding doesn't make data interpretation easy, but it makes it clearer. It gives you something specific to watch for, a known pattern of how things can go wrong, and tools for checking whether that pattern is present in data you encounter. Simpson's paradox moves from being a confusing impossibility to being an expected structural feature of certain kinds of data, something you can recognize and account for, something that no longer has the power to mislead you because you understand exactly how the reversal works and what it means. That's the gentle landing, the paradox resolved not by solving an equation but by understanding a principle, by seeing through the surface contradiction to the clear mechanism beneath, by developing the patience to look at structure rather than just accepting the first overall number you're given. The lesson settles quietly. Respect the context, understand the distribution, ask the right question, and the paradox dissolves into simple, clear insight about how weighted averages behave in a layered world. Before we descend into the darkness, I want to ask a favour. If you enjoy this story, please use your hype points on this video. It helps the channel more than you possibly know. If you're listening on Spotify, leaving a review makes a massive difference. And if you'd like, comment what time it is and where in the world you're listening from. We absolutely love seeing where everyone is tuning in. And of course, if you enjoy the content, consider subscribing. Now let's begin. There are two boxes sitting in front of you. One is transparent, made of clear plastic or glass, and you can see exactly what it contains. A modest sum of money, perhaps $1,000, neatly stacked and visible. The other box is opaque, solid and closed, impossible to see through. You have no idea what might be inside it, if anything at all. You are presented with a simple choice. You can take only the opaque box, walking away with whatever it contains, or you can take both boxes, claiming both the visible money and whatever might be hidden in the sealed container. On the surface, this seems like a straightforward decision, the kind of choice that should have an obvious answer. After all, more is better than less, and taking both boxes would seem to guarantee you at least a visible amount, plus potentially more. But this scenario, known as Newcomb's paradox, is anything but straightforward, and the more carefully you think about it, the more deeply puzzling it becomes. The setup is deliberately clean and minimal. There are no trick doors, no sleight of hand, no hidden complications in the physical arrangement. The transparent box sits there with its contents on full display. The opaque box sits beside it, sealed but not locked, ready to be opened. The choice is yours to make freely, with no time pressure, no one forcing your hand. You can walk up, examine both boxes as long as you like, and then decide. Take one or take both. That's all there is to the mechanical aspect of the problem. The simplicity is important because it means the paradox doesn't arise from confusion about what's happening physically. The boxes are just boxes. The money is just money. The action of taking one or both boxes is as simple as reaching out your hand. Everything about the physical setup is completely ordinary. But there is one element that transforms this simple choice into something profound, something that has puzzled philosophers, mathematicians, and decision theorists for decades. Before you arrived at this decision point, before you even knew about these boxes, someone made a prediction about what you would choose. This predictor, whether it's a person, a computer, or some other entity, studied you carefully. Perhaps it examined your past decisions, your personality, your stated principles about rationality and choice. Perhaps it ran psychological tests, or scanned your brain, or simply observed you in similar situations. The method doesn't matter as much as the result. This predictor has demonstrated, time and time again, an extraordinary ability to forecast what people will choose in exactly this scenario. Let's say it has been correct in 99 out of every 100 previous cases, or perhaps even more often than that. Its track record is not perfect, but it is extremely, remarkably good. Here is where the scenario takes its crucial turn. The predictor made its forecast about your choice before you arrived, and based on that forecast, it filled the boxes accordingly. If the predictor determined that you would take only the opaque box, choosing to one box as the terminology goes, then it placed a large sum of money inside that box. Let's say it placed $1 million there, a life-changing amount that dwarfs the $1,000 visible in the transparent box. If, however, the predictor determined that you would take both boxes, that you would two-box, then it left the opaque box completely empty. It placed nothing inside at all. The predictor made this decision and sealed the boxes before you arrived. By the time you're standing there making your choice, the contents are already determined. The money is either sitting in the opaque box right now, or it isn't. Your future action cannot reach backward in time to change what the predictor already did. The past is fixed, settled, done. And yet somehow, what you are about to choose now determined what the predictor did then. Not in any mystical or magical sense, but in the straightforward sense that the predictor's job was to forecast your choice, and it filled the boxes based on that forecast. If you are the sort of person who will take only one box, then the predictor, being highly accurate, very likely predicted that and put the $1 million in for you. If you are the sort of person who will take both boxes, then the predictor, being highly accurate, very likely predicted that and left the opaque box empty. The contents of the boxes right now, before you make your choice, depend on what the predictor thought you would do, and the predictor based its judgment on who you are and how you make decisions. So in a strange indirect way, what you will choose has already shaped what is in front of you, even though the choosing hasn't happened yet, and the box filling happened in the past. This is the heart of the paradox, the reason it feels so deeply strange. The contents are fixed now, unchangeable by anything you do next. You cannot causally influence what happened before you arrived. That would violate our basic understanding of how time and causality work. Actions now affect the future, not the past. And yet, the predictor's accuracy means there is an extremely strong correlation between what you choose and what you get. One boxers walk away wealthy almost every time. Two boxers walk away with only the small visible amount. Or in the version where the visible amount is zero, they walk away with nothing at all. The statistics are clear. The pattern is undeniable. The predictor's accuracy makes your choice highly predictive of your outcome, even though your choice comes after the boxes were filled. This creates a genuine tension between two ways of thinking about rational choice, two different intuitions about what you should do, and both of them feel compelling. Each approach uses perfectly valid reasoning. Each one seems to lead inevitably to its conclusion. And yet they recommend opposite actions. That is what makes this a paradox in the technical sense, not just a puzzle with a tricky answer, but a situation where two valid modes of reasoning collide and cannot both be right. Yet neither one seems to contain an obvious error. Let's start with the reasoning that says you should take both boxes. This is often called causal decision theory, or the dominance approach, and it follows a particular kind of logic that many people find immediately convincing. The reasoning goes like this. Right now, at this very moment, the opaque box either contains $1 million or it contains nothing. That fact is already settled. The predictor made its choice, sealed the boxes, and walked away. Nothing you do now can change what is inside that box. Your action, whatever it is, will unfold after the contents have been determined. There is no causal pathway running backward in time from your hand reaching toward the boxes to the earlier moment when the predictor filled them. Causation flows forward, not backward. Therefore, the contents are fixed, independent of your current choice. Given that the contents are fixed, let's consider the two possibilities. First possibility, the opaque box contains the $1 million. If that's the case, then you have a choice between taking only that box, which gives you $1 million, or taking both boxes, which gives you $1 million plus the 1,000 in the transparent box. Taking both is clearly better. You get everything you would have gotten by one boxing, plus an additional 1,000. Second possibility, the opaque box is empty. If that's the case, then you have a choice between taking only that box, which gives you nothing, or taking both boxes, which gives you the 1,000 in the transparent box. Again, taking both is clearly better. You get something instead of nothing. So regardless of which possibility is actually true, regardless of what the predictor did, taking both boxes gives you a better outcome than taking only one. This is called a dominance argument. One action dominates another if it gives you at least as good an outcome in every possible state of the world, and a strictly better outcome in at least one state. Here, two boxing dominates one boxing. In the world where the opaque box is full, two boxing gets you more. In the world where the opaque box is empty, two boxing gets you more. There is no possible state of affairs where one boxing comes out ahead. The transparent box is sitting right there, money visible, yours for the taking. Why would you ever leave free money on the table? The box isn't booby-trapped. Taking it doesn't cause the other box to empty. The contents were determined before you arrived. Leaving that guaranteed money behind seems irrational, a needless sacrifice that gains you nothing. This reasoning feels solid. It respects causality. It treats the world as it is at the moment of decision. It doesn't get distracted by correlation or statistical patterns. It focuses on the straightforward fact that at decision time, taking both boxes cannot be worse than taking one, and will definitely be better if the opaque box happens to be full. Many people hear this argument and find it completely convincing. It seems to capture something fundamental about rational choice. When faced with options, choose the one that gives you the best outcome, no matter what state the world is in. That's what two boxing does. It's the safe, rational, obviously correct choice according to this way of thinking. But now consider the other side, the reasoning that says you should take only the opaque box. This approach, often associated with evidential decision theory or causal decision theory's rivals, focuses on a different aspect of the situation. It says yes, the contents are already determined, but that doesn't mean the correlation between your choice and those contents is irrelevant. In fact, that correlation is the most important thing to pay attention to. Look at what actually happens to people in this scenario. People who choose one box walk away with $1 million almost every time. People who choose both boxes walk away with just $1,000 or with nothing almost every time. That's not a coincidence. That's the predictor doing its job with extraordinary accuracy. The predictor is so good at its task that your type of choice, the kind of decision maker you are, is highly predictive of what's in the boxes right now. If you are the sort of person who reasons in a two-boxing way, who focuses on dominance and the fixed contents, then the predictor very likely saw that about you and left the opaque box empty. If you are the sort of person who reasons in a one-boxing way, who recognizes the correlation and acts on it, then the predictor very likely saw that about you and filled the opaque box with the million. Your decision process, your way of thinking about the problem, is part of the information the predictor used. The predictor didn't just flip a coin. It studied you. It modeled you. It figured out what kind of reasoner you are. So when you choose both boxes, you are not just making a choice about boxes. You are revealing something about yourself. Something the predictor almost certainly already knew. You are revealing that you are a two-boxer, someone who follows dominance reasoning. And if the predictor knew that, it left the opaque box empty. Conversely, if you choose only the opaque box, you are revealing that you are a one-boxer, someone who follows evidential or correlation-based reasoning. And if the predictor knew that, it filled the box. The predictor's accuracy means that your choice is strong evidence about what's in the boxes, even though your choice happens after the filling. The correlation runs through what kind of person you are, not through any backward causation. From this perspective, the rational thing to do is to maximize your expected value given the predictor's accuracy. If the predictor is right 99% of the time, then one-boxing gives you about a 99% chance of getting $1 million and a 1% chance of getting nothing. That's an expected value of $990,000. Two-boxing gives you about a 99% chance of getting $1,000, which happens when the box is empty, plus the visible 1,000, and a 1% chance of getting $1,001,000, which happens in the rare case that the predictor was wrong, and you got lucky. That's an expected value of about $11,000. 990,000 is much, much larger than 11,000. One boxing is the clear winner in expected value terms. It's not even close. People who follow this reasoning point out that the dominance argument, while logically valid in the abstract, is missing something crucial about this particular scenario. Yes, taking both boxes would be better than taking one box if the contents were truly independent of your choice, but they aren't independent. They're highly correlated with your choice through the predictor's accuracy. Ignoring that correlation because it runs through something other than direct causation is a mistake. It's like ignoring the fact that smoking correlates with cancer just because you can't draw a simple causal arrow from this particular cigarette to your future diagnosis. The correlation matters. The predictor's accuracy matters. And if you ignore it, you will very likely walk away with much less money than you could have had. This reasoning also feels solid. It respects evidence. It pays attention to patterns and outcomes. It doesn't get caught up in abstract principles that lose sight of what actually happens. It focuses on the fact that, empirically, one boxers get rich and two boxers don't. Following a strategy that consistently leads to worse outcomes in the name of an abstract principle seems irrational, a stubborn refusal to adapt to the actual structure of the problem. Many people hear this argument and find it completely convincing. It seems to capture something fundamental about rational choice. When faced with options, choose the policy or strategy that reliably leads to the best outcomes. That's what one-boxing does. It's the smart, adaptive, obviously correct choice, according to this way of thinking. And there we have the paradox in full. Two different chains of reasoning, each seemingly valid, each leading to opposite conclusions. The two-boxing argument says the contents are fixed, causation doesn't run backward, and taking both boxes dominates taking one. The one-boxing argument says the correlation is decisive, your choice is evidence about the contents, and one-boxing maximizes expected value. Both arguments are internally consistent. Neither one contains an obvious logical flaw. They simply start from different premises about what matters for rational decision-making, and those different premises lead to different recommendations. This isn't just an academic disagreement about probability or game theory. It cuts to the heart of what we mean when we say a choice is rational. The two-boxing view identifies rationality with following certain principles, like dominance, that are about the structure of outcomes at the moment of choice. The one-boxing view identifies rationality with achieving good results in expectation, paying attention to all the information available, including correlations that run through the predictor. These are two different conceptions of what rationality is for, two different pictures of what a decision procedure should accomplish. The dominance principle has deep roots in how we think about choice. It says that if one option is better than another in every possible state of the world, then you should choose that better option. This seems almost tautological, a simple application of the idea that more is better than less. How could it be rational to choose something that is guaranteed to be worse than an alternative. The transparent box is right there. Its contents are guaranteed. Taking it cannot make the opaque box's contents change from what they already are. So why not take it? The only reason to refuse the transparent box would be if taking it somehow made the opaque box worse, but that's impossible given the timeline. The filling happened first, your choice happens second. Second things don't cause first things. But the evidential view points out that rationality isn't just about what happens in this one decision moment. It's about having a decision procedure, a way of reasoning that reliably gets you good outcomes across many situations. If you are in a world where predictors exist and are accurate, then being a two-boxer is a bad way to be. Two-boxers systematically get worse outcomes in Newcomb-like situations. They end up poorer, on average, than one-boxers. So even though at the moment of decision with the boxes already filled, two-boxing seems to dominate, it's the wrong kind of decision procedure to have. It's like being the kind of person who touches hot stoves. At the moment your finger is near the stove, you might reason that the burn has either already started or it hasn't, and touching the stove will give you information. But being the kind of person who touches hot stoves is still a bad way to be. You want to be the kind of person who avoids hot stoves. And similarly, you want to be the kind of person who one-boxes. The paradox becomes even sharper when we consider how prediction accuracy affects the situation. Suppose the predictor is only right 60% of the time, only slightly better than chance. In that case, the dominance argument looks much stronger. The correlation between your choice and the contents is weak enough that you might reasonably ignore it and just focus on taking both boxes to guarantee the visible money. The expected value calculation still favours one-boxing if we run the numbers, but not by as dramatic a margin, and many people would feel that the guaranteed extra 1,000 is worth taking. Now suppose the predictor is right 99.9% of the time, almost perfect. The correlation is now overwhelming. One-boxers get the million in 999 out of 1,000 cases. Two-boxers get only the 1,000 or nothing in 999 out of 1,000 cases. The expected value difference is enormous. Nearly $1 million for one-boxing versus about 1,000 for two-boxing. At this level of accuracy, the dominance argument starts to feel like missing the forest for the trees. Yes, technically, at the moment of decision, the contents are fixed, and you could argue for taking both. But you'll almost certainly regret it, because you'll almost certainly be a two-boxer facing an empty, opaque box. The paradox lives in this space where prediction accuracy is very high but not quite perfect. If the predictor were literally perfect, always right, never wrong, then even dominant-style reasoning might have to concede. With a perfect predictor, being a two-boxer means you will definitely face an empty, opaque box, and being a one-boxer means you will definitely face a full one. The correlation becomes absolute, and the idea that the contents are independent of your choice becomes harder to maintain. You might start to think of the predictor as so accurate that it's effectively setting up a different problem for each type of reasoner, and in that problem, one-boxing clearly wins. But if the predictor is literally perfect, we have to ask how that's possible. How can any predictor know with absolute certainty what you will freely choose before you choose it? This starts to bump up against questions about determinism and free will. If the predictor can be certain, does that mean your choice is determined, not genuinely free? And if it's determined, does the whole notion of rational choice collapse? We'll come back to these questions, but for now, the important point is that Newcomb's paradox is at its most paradoxical when the predictor is extremely good, but not necessarily perfect. Good enough that the correlation is too strong to ignore, but not so perfect that we're forced into uncomfortable metaphysical territory about whether choice is even possible. This leads to a deeper realization. The disagreement between one-boxing and two-boxing isn't really about the scenario itself. It's about what kind of decision theory you're using, what framework you're applying to evaluate choices. Decision theory is the formal study of how to make rational choices, and it turns out there are multiple competing theories, each with its own principles and recommendations. Newcomb's paradox is a case where these theories diverge sharply, where they tell you to do opposite things, and that divergence reveals that they are based on fundamentally different ideas about what rational choice means. Causal decision theory, the framework that supports two-boxing, says that rational agents should evaluate actions based on their causal effects. When you choose an action, you should think about what that action will cause to happen, and choose the action that causes the best outcome. In Newcomb's problem, taking both boxes doesn't cause anything bad to happen. The opaque box's contents are already determined, so your choice can't cause them to change. Taking the transparent box causes you to have more money than you would have had without taking it. Therefore, causally speaking, taking both boxes is better. This theory explicitly sets aside correlations that don't represent causal influence. The fact that two boxes tend to find empty boxes is a correlation, yes, but it's not a causal effect of the choice to take both boxes. The causation runs the other way. The predictor's judgment causes both the box filling and, in some sense, the choice itself by modelling what you will do, but your choice doesn't cause the box filling, so you should ignore that correlation when deciding. Evidential decision theory, one of the frameworks that supports one-boxing, says that rational agents should evaluate actions based on what they indicate about the state of the world. When you choose an action, you should think about what that action is evidence for, what it tells you about which possible world you're in, and choose the action that is evidence for being in the best world. In Newcomb's problem, choosing only the opaque box is strong evidence that you're in the world where the predictor filled it with $1 million. Choosing both boxes is strong evidence that you're in the world where the predictor left the opaque box empty. So evidentially speaking, one-boxing is better. This theory explicitly includes correlations even when they don't represent direct causal influence. The fact that one-boxers tend to find full boxes is evidence about what your choice indicates, and you should act on that evidence. There are other decision theories too, variations and hybrids, that try to handle different problems. Functional decision theory, for instance, tries to evaluate actions as instances of a decision, algorithm, or policy, asking what would happen if everyone using your type of reasoning chose this way. In Newcomb's problem, it also recommends one-boxing, because the policy of one-boxing reliably produces better outcomes when facing accurate predictors. Updateless decision theory takes a similar approach, but frames it in terms of committing to policies before you have certain information. These theories are attempts to capture intuitions that causal decision theory might miss while still maintaining rigorous formal frameworks. But the key insight is that these are different theories. They're not just different names for the same thing. They encode different values about what rationality requires. Causal decision theory values making choices that cause good outcomes, focusing on the forward-looking, future-directed effects of your actions. Evidential decision theory values making choices that are correlated with good outcomes, focusing on what your actions reveal about the situation you're in. Both of these seem like reasonable things to value. Both of them are, in some sense, trying to capture what it means to choose well, and yet they conflict in Newcomb's problem. This reveals something profound about rational choice. It's not a simple, obvious notion with one clear answer. Different formalizations of rationality can give different recommendations. The project of decision theory is ongoing precisely because these hard cases exist, situations where our intuitions pull in different directions and where different formal frameworks diverge. Newcomb's paradox doesn't just present a puzzle to solve. It presents a choice between different conceptions of what rationality is, and there's no higher authority to appeal to, no super-rationality. That tells us which conception is the right one. We have to decide what we value in a decision procedure, what we want rationality to accomplish. And that choice itself isn't obviously rational or irrational. It's more like a foundational commitment, a stance we take about how to engage with decisions. Some philosophers have tried to find ways to make the paradox less sharp, to find considerations that might favour one side without requiring such deep commitments. One argument says that even causal decision theorists should one-box if they accept that the predictor is accurate enough. The idea is that your reasoning process itself might be part of the causal chain. If the predictor studied your brain or your past decisions, then your current neural states or decision patterns are causing your choice, and those same states were accessible to the predictor. So there is a kind of common cause. Your decision-making apparatus causes both your current choice and the predictor's past prediction. In that case, choosing both boxes is evidence that your decision-making apparatus is in a state that caused the predictor to leave the opaque box empty, and you should avoid being in that state. But this argument is tricky because it requires accepting that your decision-making apparatus, rather than your choice itself, is the causally relevant thing. It's not that choosing both boxes causes the opaque box to be empty. It's that being the kind of decision-making system that will choose both boxes causes the predictor to leave it empty. This is a subtle shift, and not all causal decision theorists accept it. Some insist that, at the moment of decision, the state of your brain is what it is. The boxes are already filled, and the question is just what action to take given all that. Your action still can't reach back to change the past, even if your brain states can be seen as causing both the past prediction and the current action. Another consideration that sometimes comes up is that in realistic scenarios, you might not be certain about the predictor's accuracy. Maybe you've heard it's very good, but you haven't personally verified the statistics. Maybe there's some chance the whole thing is a trick, and the boxes are being manipulated in some other way. If you're uncertain about the predictor's accuracy, then you have to weigh the possibility that it's highly accurate, in which case one boxing is better, against the possibility that it's not very accurate or is working differently than claimed, in which case two boxing might be better. Your choice would then depend on your credence in the predictor's accuracy and how you weigh the different possible situations. But this doesn't resolve the paradox so much as change the problem. If you're highly confident the predictor is accurate, you're back to the original paradox. And even if you're not certain, you still face a choice between decision theories. Do you use causal reasoning, where you focus on what your current action causes, or evidential reasoning, where you focus on what your current action is evidence for? The uncertainty about the predictor just adds another layer. It doesn't eliminate the core tension. There's also the question of whether you can genuinely choose freely if a predictor can forecast your choice with high accuracy. This is where Newcomb's paradox starts to touch on deep questions about free will and determinism. If the predictor can know what you will choose before you choose it, does that mean your choice is predetermined? Is it still meaningful to talk about what you should do if what you will do is already set? These are ancient questions, debated by philosophers for millennia, and Newcomb's paradox doesn't settle them. But it does illuminate them in an interesting way. The paradox doesn't require that your choice is predetermined in any strong metaphysical sense. It only requires that your choice is predictable, given enough information about you. The predictor doesn't need to consult the fundamental laws of physics and calculate the exact trajectory of every particle in your brain. It just needs to know you well enough, to have a good enough model of how you think, to forecast what you'll do with high accuracy. This kind of predictability is compatible with most notions of free will. You can freely choose, in the sense that the choice is yours, it flows from your values and reasoning. Nothing is forcing you against your will, and yet the choice can still be predictable. If someone knows your values, your reasoning patterns, your past behaviour, they can often predict what you'll do. Not with perfect certainty, but with reasonable confidence. We do this all the time in ordinary life. You can predict that your friend will order coffee, not tea, because you know their preferences. That doesn't mean your friend isn't freely choosing the coffee. It just means their choice is predictable, given what you know about them. Newcomb's predictor is just an extreme version of this ordinary predictability. It's very, very good at modelling people, good enough that its predictions are right 99 times out of 100 or better. But it's still fundamentally doing what we do when we predict each other's behaviour, taking information about someone and using it to forecast their choices. The forecast doesn't make the choice any less real or less free in the relevant sense. It just makes the choice less surprising. Still, there's something psychologically uncomfortable about being predicted so accurately. It can feel like your choice doesn't really matter, like the outcome was determined before you even started thinking about it. This discomfort is part of what makes the paradox so engaging. It puts you in a position where you have to confront the relationship between your decision-making and the world around you. Your reasoning process, which feels internal and private, has been observed, modelled, anticipated. The world has been shaped in response to what you were going to do before you did it. That can feel unsettling, even if it doesn't actually threaten free will in any technical sense. Some people respond to this discomfort by rejecting the scenario as unrealistic. They say no predictor could be that accurate in practice, so the paradox is just a fantasy, not something we need to worry about. But this misses the point of thought experiments. Newcomb's paradox isn't meant to describe a situation you'll actually face. It's meant to isolate certain features of decision-making and push them to an extreme to see what happens. The predictor's high accuracy is a stipulation that creates a clean test case for different decision theories. Whether such a predictor could exist in reality is interesting, but it's separate from the question of what you should do if such a predictor did exist. And actually, while perfect or near-perfect predictors might not exist, we do encounter situations with somewhat similar structure. Anytime someone knows you well enough to predict your behaviour, anytime you're making a choice that will be evaluated by someone who has studied you or your type, you're in a weak version of Newcomb's problem. Job interviews, negotiations, strategic games where your opponent can model your thinking, all of these have elements of the same structure. The other party's decision about how to treat you may depend on what kind of person they think you are, which is revealed by what you choose, even though their decision happens before or simultaneously with your choice. Consider a simpler example that captures some of the flavour. You're asked whether you would betray a friend for money. Before you answer, you're told that people who say they wouldn't betray their friend will be given $1,000 because they're trustworthy, and the questioner wants to reward trustworthiness. People who say they would betray their friend will be given nothing because they're untrustworthy. What do you say? If you say you wouldn't betray your friend, you're more likely to get the money because trustworthy people are being rewarded. But if you're only saying it to get the money, are you actually trustworthy? The questioner is trying to predict your real character, and your answer is evidence about that character. This isn't exactly the same as Newcomb's paradox, but it has a similar feel. Your choice is both free and also evidence about the kind of person you are, and the outcome depends on that evidence. In game theory, there are situations where players face similar tensions. If you're playing a game against an opponent who can model your thinking, you have to consider not just what action produces the best outcome given the current state, but what action you would want to be known for taking, because your opponent's strategy might depend on what kind of player you are. Being the kind of player who always defects in a prisoner's dilemma gets you short-term gains in any single round, but if your opponent can predict that about you, they'll defect too, and you'll both lose. Being the kind of player who cooperates, if that's predictable, can lead to mutual cooperation and better outcomes for both. This is related to the concept of reputation and commitment in strategic settings. So while Newcomb's exact scenario might be fantastical, the underlying structure, choices where the outcome depends on what your choice reveals about you, where prediction and decision interact, is not entirely alien to real life. The paradox takes this structure and makes it stark, clear, unavoidable, forcing us to think carefully about principles that we might otherwise gloss over in messier, more complicated real-world situations. Let's think more carefully about how different levels of predictor accuracy change the problem. Suppose the predictor is right only 51% of the time, just barely better than a coin flip. In this case, there's almost no correlation between your choice and the contents. You might as well ignore the predictor and focus on the dominance argument. Taking both boxes seems clearly better because the predictor's judgment is nearly worthless as information. The expected value calculations would still technically favour one boxing by a tiny margin if we use evidential reasoning, but that margin would be so small that it would be swamped by any tiny uncertainty or practical consideration. Most people, even committed one boxers, would probably two box in this case. Now suppose the predictor is right 70% of the time. This is better, but still not overwhelming. Two boxers would get $1,000 70% of the time, plus $1,001,030% of the time when the predictor is wrong. One boxers would get $1 million 70% of the time, and nothing 30% of the time. The expected values are starting to diverge more clearly with one boxing ahead, but the dominance reasoning still has some intuitive pull. You might think the correlation is notable, but not decisive. At 90% accuracy, the pattern becomes hard to ignore. 9 out of 10 one boxers get the million. 9 out of 10 two boxers get just the 1,000 or nothing. The expected value difference is large. One boxing looks like the smart bet from a statistical standpoint, but the dominance argument still applies. The contents are still fixed, your choice still can't change them, and taking both still guarantees you don't leave money on the table in the moment. At 99% accuracy, as we've discussed, the correlation is overwhelming. At 99.9%, it's nearly absolute. The higher the accuracy, the sharper the paradox becomes, because the harder it is to dismiss the correlation as mere noise or coincidence. With very high accuracy, saying you should ignore the correlation and focus on dominance starts to sound like refusing to learn from experience, like insisting on a principle that systematically makes you worse off. But here's an interesting twist. The paradox doesn't actually get easier as accuracy increases. In some ways, it gets harder. With moderate accuracy, you might reasonably say the predictor is good, but not good enough to override dominance reasoning. With very high accuracy, you can't say that, but you face a different problem. How is such high accuracy even possible if your choice is genuinely free and not predetermined? The better the predictor is, the more it seems like your choice must be fixed in advance, at least in principle, even if you don't feel like it is. And if it's fixed in advance, then the whole framing of the problem becomes strange. Are you really choosing, or are you just discovering what you were always going to choose? This is where the paradox connects to questions about determinism. Determinism is the view that the present state of the universe, plus the laws of nature, fully determine the future state. If determinism is true, then in principle, a sufficiently knowledgeable predictor could know what you will choose by calculating forward from the present state. The predictor wouldn't need to violate causality or use magic. It would just need to have complete information about the current state and perfect knowledge of the laws. In practice, this might be impossible due to chaos, quantum uncertainty, or sheer computational limits. But in principle, it would be possible. If you accept determinism, then a perfect predictor is at least conceptually possible, and Newcomb's paradox is just a scenario where such a predictor happens to exist. Your choice is determined, but you still make it. The choice is yours in the sense that it flows from your brain states, your values, your reasoning. It's just that those brain states were themselves determined by earlier states, reaching back in a causal chain. The predictor has access to information earlier in that chain and can calculate forward to see what you'll do. But if you reject determinism, if you think there's genuine indeterminacy in the world, whether from quantum randomness, or libertarian free will, or some other source, then a perfect predictor becomes more problematic. How could it know what you'll choose if your choice isn't fully determined by prior states? It might still be a very good predictor by using statistical patterns, heuristics, psychological models. It could be right 99% of the time, without being able to predict you with certainty. But absolute perfection would be out of reach if there's real indeterminacy in your decision. Newcomb's paradox doesn't require us to settle whether determinism is true. The scenario works with a highly accurate but imperfect predictor, and such a predictor is plausible whether or not determinism holds. But thinking about the paradox does make you confront the relationship between prediction and choice, and it makes you think about what your choice is made of. If your choice flows from your character, your values, your reasoning style, then it makes sense that someone who knows those things could predict what you'll choose. And if they can predict it, does that mean it was determined all along? Or just that it was predictable, given who you are? These questions don't have simple answers, and they've been debated in philosophy for centuries without resolution. Compatibilists argue that free will is compatible with determinism, that you can be free as long as your actions flow from your own desires and reasoning, even if those desires and reasoning are themselves caused by earlier factors. Libertarians about free will argue that genuine freedom requires indeterminism, that your choices must not be fully determined by prior states. Hard determinists argue that if determinism is true, we don't have free will in any meaningful sense, and there are other positions, variations, and nuances beyond these. Newcomb's paradox doesn't prove any of these views right or wrong, but it does put pressure on certain assumptions. If you think free will requires that your choices be unpredictable, in principle, then a very accurate predictor seems to threaten free will. But if you think free will just means choosing according to your own reasons and values, then a predictor who knows your reasons and values can predict you without threatening your freedom. The paradox invites you to clarify what you mean by free will and what you think is necessary for it. There's also a social and psychological dimension to the discomfort people feel about being predicted. We like to think of ourselves as somewhat inscrutable, as having an inner life that others can't fully access. Being predicted very accurately can feel like being exposed, like someone has looked inside you and seen your machinery. It can feel reductive, as if you're less complex or less autonomous than you thought. This feeling isn't necessarily rational. Being predictable doesn't mean you're simple or lacking in autonomy, but it's a real part of how people react to scenarios like this. In real life, we sometimes resent people who know us too well, who can predict what we'll do or say. It can feel like they're not taking us seriously, like they've reduced us to a set of patterns. And there's a fear that if someone can predict you, they can manipulate you, using their knowledge of your patterns to get you to do what they want. The Newcomb predictor isn't trying to manipulate you in that sense. It's just filling boxes based on a forecast, but the fact that it can forecast your choice so accurately might still feel like a loss of autonomy, even if technically it isn't. Turning back to the decision theory questions, there have been many attempts to refine or extend the basic theories to handle Newcomb cases better. Some theorists have proposed that in certain situations you should act as if your choice can influence things it's correlated with, even if there's no direct causal link. This is sometimes called ratificationism, or could be seen as a version of super-rationality, the idea that truly rational agents might reason not just about their own actions, but about the pattern or policy they're instantiating. For instance, if you think of yourself not as choosing an isolated action, but as instantiating a decision algorithm, then you might ask, if everyone using my algorithm chose this way, what would happen? In Newcomb's problem, if everyone using your algorithm 1 boxes, they get rich. If everyone using your algorithm 2 boxes, they get only the small amount. So you should one box, because you're not just choosing for yourself in this moment, you're choosing which algorithm to run, and the one boxing algorithm reliably does better. This kind of reasoning appears in other contexts too. In the twin prisoner's dilemma, you and your twin are both offered the same choice: cooperate or defect. If you cooperate and your twin cooperates, you both get a good outcome. If one defects and the other cooperates, the defector does best and the cooperator does worst. If you both defect, you both do poorly. You're deciding in separate rooms with no communication, but you know your twin will reason the same way you do, because you're twins or psychological duplicates or whatever. Should you cooperate? Standard game theory says defect, because defection dominates cooperation, no matter what the other player does. But if you know your twin will reason identically, then your choice determines what your twin chooses. If you cooperate, your twin cooperates, and you both get a good outcome. If you defect, your twin defects, and you both do poorly. So cooperation seems better. This has a similar flavour to Newcomb's problem. Your choice is correlated with something you care about through a commonality in reasoning, even though your choice doesn't cause the other thing. Some decision theorists take these cases as evidence that we need a framework that goes beyond simple causal or evidential decision theory, something that can capture the idea of logical or algorithmic connections between decisions. Functional decision theory, which we mentioned earlier, is one attempt at this. It evaluates actions not just by their causal effects or their evidential implications, but by what would happen if the algorithm producing the action were instantiated in all relevantly similar situations. In Newcomb's problem, the one-boxing algorithm is instantiated both in your decision and in the predictor's model of you. The outcome depends on what algorithm is running in both places, so you should one-box. This is an interesting approach, and it has some attractive features. It gives consistent answers across a range of paradoxical cases, and it captures the intuition that rational agents should care about the outcomes they reliably produce, not just the causal effects of individual actions. But it also has some costs. It requires thinking about decisions in a somewhat abstract way, as instantiations of algorithms rather than just actions taken at moments. And it's not always clear exactly which situations count as relevantly similar for the purpose of evaluating algorithms. Still, it represents a serious attempt to move beyond the causal evidential debate and find a framework that handles these hard cases better. Another line of thought focuses on the notion of counterfactuals, statements about what would happen if things were different. When you're deciding whether to take both boxes, you might ask, what would happen if I took only one box instead? The causal decision theorist says the contents of the boxes would be the same as they actually are, because your choice now doesn't cause the past filling, so you'd be leaving money on the table. The evidential decision theorist says, if you're the kind of person who would take only one box, then the predictor probably filled it, so you'd probably get the million. The key difference is in how they think about the counterfactual. There are different theories of counterfactuals in philosophy, and they can give different answers about what would happen if you chose differently. Some theories say you should hold fixed the actual past, including the predictor's filling, and just vary your choice. Others say you should consider what would have happened in a whole scenario where you're the kind of person who makes a different choice, which might include the predictor making a different prediction. The choice of counterfactual theory can affect what you think you should do. This might sound like angels on pinheads territory, abstract philosophy with no practical import. But these questions about counterfactuals are actually central to how we reason about decisions in many contexts. When you think about what would happen if you did something different, you're implicitly using some theory of counterfactuals, some rule for imagining the alternative scenario. Different rules can lead to different decisions. Newcomb's paradox makes this vivid by creating a case where the stakes are clear and the different theories clearly diverge. It's worth stepping back and asking why this paradox has gotten so much attention from philosophers and decision theorists. It's not just because it's a fun puzzle, though it is that. It's because it sits at the intersection of multiple deep issues: the nature of rational choice, the relationship between causation and correlation, the meaning of free will, the role of prediction in shaping outcomes. It's a kind of stress test for theories of rationality, a case where different theories give different answers, and we have to think carefully about which answer seems right and why. Moreover, the paradox is clean. There's no hidden complexity, no ambiguity in the setup. The boxes are just boxes, the money is just money. The predictor is stipulated to be accurate to whatever degree we specify. This clarity is valuable because it means we can't resolve the paradox by finding some overlooked detail or reinterpreting the scenario. The tension is genuine, built into the structure of the problem. Any resolution has to come from choosing a decision theory or revising our intuitions, not from finding a trick. Different people have different intuitions about Newcomb's problem, and these intuitions seem to correlate with different philosophical temperaments. Some people immediately see the dominance argument and can't be shaken from it. The idea of leaving money on the table seems absurd to them, a clear violation of rationality. Other people immediately see the pattern of outcomes, the fact that one boxers get rich and two boxers don't, and can't understand why anyone would two box. Both groups feel like their position is obvious, like the other side is missing something simple. This divergence in intuitions is itself interesting. It suggests that people are implicitly using different frameworks for thinking about choice, different background assumptions about what matters. And often these frameworks are not explicitly articulated. People just have a gut feeling about what the right answer is, and they construct arguments to support that feeling. The paradox brings these implicit frameworks to the surface, makes them explicit, and shows that they conflict. There have been surveys of philosophers and decision theorists about what they would do in Newcomb's problem, and the results are mixed. Roughly speaking, opinions are divided, with perhaps a slight majority favouring one boxing, but a substantial minority favouring two boxing. This is unusual for a problem in decision theory. Normally, once a field has examined a problem carefully, a consensus emerges. The fact that experts remain divided about Newcomb's problem, even after decades of analysis, suggests that the paradox is touching on something genuinely unresolved, a point where our theories and intuitions haven't fully converged. Some philosophers argue that the paradox shows decision theory is broken or incomplete, that we need a better framework that doesn't give conflicting answers. Others argue that the paradox shows there are multiple legitimate notions of rationality, different goals or values a decision procedure might aim at, and we shouldn't expect them to always agree. Still others argue that one of the standard theories is right and the other is wrong, and the paradox helps us see which is which. There's no consensus on this meta-level question either. One interesting variant of the problem asks what you should do if you know how the predictor works. Suppose the predictor scans your brain, sees what you're going to choose, and fills the boxes accordingly. You know this is how it works. Does that change anything? You might think it doesn't. The contents are still fixed before you choose, the dominance argument still applies. But you might also think it does, knowing that the prediction is based on your actual neural states at the time of prediction makes the correlation even more direct, harder to dismiss. Or suppose the predictor shows you a recording of your future self, taken from a moment after you've made your choice, and uses that recording to decide how to fill the boxes. This makes the temporal loop even more explicit. The predictor is seeing the future to decide how to set up the past. If you can see your future self in the recording, and your future self took both boxes, does that mean you have to take both boxes because that's what you saw yourself doing? Or can you still choose differently and create a paradox? This variant pushes the scenario into science fiction territory. but it makes vivid the idea that your future choice is determining the present setup. These variants don't resolve the original paradox, but they explore its boundaries, testing which features are essential and which are incidental. The core of the paradox seems to be the combination of predictive accuracy and the temporal ordering. The predictor goes first, your choice comes second, but the predictor's action depends on your choice. As long as those elements are in place, the paradox remains. Let's consider the experience of actually facing this choice, trying to set aside our theoretical commitments and just think about what we would do. You're standing in front of the two boxes. The transparent one is right there, $1,000 visible inside it, real and tangible. The opaque one sits beside it, closed, unknown. You've been told the predictor is very accurate, right 99 times out of 100. You believe this. You've seen the statistics, met the previous participants, verified the track record. What do? If you reach for both boxes, taking the guaranteed 1,000 plus whatever might be in the opaque box, you're following the dominance logic. The contents are already set. You can't change them. Taking the extra 1,000 can't hurt. But as your hand moves toward the transparent box, you might feel a flicker of doubt. The predictor has been watching you, studying you, modelling you. It knows how you think. If you're the kind of person who reaches for both boxes, it probably knew that. And if it knew that, the opaque box is probably empty. You're probably about to take the 1,000 and discover the million was never there for you. Almost everyone who has felt this impulse to take both, who has reasoned this way, has ended up with only the small amount. You're probably going to be one of them. If instead you reach only for the opaque box, leaving the transparent one untouched, you're following the evidential logic. You're being the kind of person the predictor rewards. By leaving the guaranteed 1,000 behind, you're demonstrating that you're a one-boxer, and one-boxers are the ones who get the million. The predictor probably saw this about you too, probably filled the opaque box because it knew you'd make this choice. As you reach for the opaque box, you might feel confident that it contains the million because you're doing what leads to that outcome. But there's also a nagging voice. The 1,000 is right there. You're leaving it behind. If you're wrong about the predictor, if it made a mistake this one time, or if you've misunderstood the scenario, you're giving up a guaranteed 1,000 for nothing. The dominance argument still whispers in your ear. Why not just take both? This internal dialogue, this back and forth between the two arguments, is part of the paradox's grip on people. Neither argument is easy to dismiss once you've really understood it. The dominance reasoning has a kind of logical force, a feeling of inevitability. Of course you should take both boxes. What else could possibly make sense? But the pattern of outcomes reasoning has its own compelling quality, an empirical weight. Look at what actually happens to people. How can you ignore that? Some people report that their intuition flips back and forth as they think about the problem. They'll be convinced they should one box, then they'll think about the dominance argument and switch to two boxing. Then they'll remember the statistics and switch back. This instability is a sign of the genuine paradox. If there were a simple resolution, a clear mistake in one argument, people wouldn't keep oscillating. The fact that both arguments continue to exert a pull, even after careful analysis, shows that each one is capturing something important about rational choice. There's also a pragmatic question. If you actually face this scenario in real life, what would you do? Setting aside all the philosophy and decision theory, faced with real boxes and real money, what choice would you make? Some people say they'd two box because the dominance argument is too compelling to resist in the moment. Others say they'd one box because they trust the statistics and want to maximise their expected winnings. And some people say they honestly don't know, that they'd feel paralysed by the conflicting arguments. The pragmatic question is interesting because it can diverge from the theoretical question. You might think, as a matter of pure decision theory, that two boxing is rational, but you might also think that one boxing is the better bet in practice, given the predictor's accuracy. Or vice versa. You might think one boxing is theoretically rational, but find yourself unable to resist the transparent box in the moment. The tension between theory and practice, between what you think you should do and what you think you'd actually do, is another layer of the paradox. This connects to a broader issue in decision theory and philosophy of mind, the gap between normative and descriptive theories. Normative decision theory tells you what you should do if you're rational. Descriptive decision theory, or psychology, tells you what people actually do. These can come apart. People often violate the axioms of rational choice as defined by standard theories. We're subject to biases, framing effects, emotional influences. Newcomb's paradox is interesting partly because it's not clear which answer is normatively correct, even before we get to the question of what people would actually do. Let's think about a few more variants and related scenarios to further illuminate the structure of the paradox. One variant is the transparent Newcomb problem. Both boxes are transparent, so you can see what's inside before you choose. If the predictor put the million in the opaque box, you can see it sitting there. If it left the box empty, you can see that too. What do you do? This variant seems to collapse the paradox for most people. If you can see the million, obviously, you should take both boxes, getting the million plus the 1,000. If you can see the opaque box is empty, you should still take both boxes to get at least the 1,000. The contents are visible, there's no uncertainty, and taking both strictly dominates. But wait, if the predictor is very accurate, and you can see the million in the opaque box, that means the predictor predicted you'd 1 box. But now, you're about to 2 box. Does that mean the predictor was wrong? How can that be if it's nearly perfect? This variant seems to create a paradox of its own, a kind of self-defeating prediction. If the predictor puts the million in the opaque box because it predicts you'll 1 box, but making the boxes transparent causes you to 2 box, then the predictor made a mistake. But the predictor doesn't make mistakes, or makes them very rarely. So maybe the predictor knew the boxes would be transparent and predicted accordingly. If it predicted you'd 2 box once you saw the contents, it would have left the opaque box empty. In that case, you see an empty box and you 2 box, getting just 1,000, and the predictor was right. If it predicted you'd somehow force yourself to 1 box, even seeing the million sitting there, it would have filled the box, you'd 1 box, and the predictor was right. But this feels strange. Why would you 1 box if you can literally see the million sitting there in the opaque box? Just take both boxes and walk away with the million plus the 1,000. The only reason not to would be if taking the transparent box somehow made the million disappear. But it can't. You can see it right there, and it's not going anywhere based on your choice. The transparent variant seems to break the symmetry that makes the original paradox work. When you can see the contents, the dominance argument becomes overwhelming, and the evidential argument loses its force. Another variant. Suppose the predictor tells you what it predicted. It says, I predicted you would 1 box, so I put the million in the opaque box, and then it leaves you with the boxes. What do you do now? You know the million is there. The predictor has told you so, and the predictor is very accurate, so you can trust its claim. Should you still 1 box, or should you 2 box now that you know the million is there? This creates a different kind of tension. If you 2 box, you're acting inconsistently with the prediction, which might seem to show the prediction was wrong, but the contents are already set based on the prediction, so your action doesn't change them. You can safely 2 box and get both amounts. On the other hand, if the predictor is nearly perfect, it would have anticipated that you might 2 box upon being told the prediction, and it would have predicted accordingly. If it predicted you'd 2 box after being told, why would it have told you? Or maybe it predicted you'd stick to your 1 boxing decision, even after being informed, in which case it filled the box and expects you to 1 box. This variant introduces issues of belief and knowledge into the scenario. In the original setup, you don't know what's in the opaque box, though you have strong probabilistic beliefs based on the predictor's accuracy. In this variant, you're given knowledge, or at least strong testimony. How that affects the decision depends on how you think knowledge interacts with decision-making, and whether learning the prediction should change your choice. There's also a version called the meta-Newcomb problem. Before the predictor fills the boxes, you're asked to commit to a decision strategy. You can commit to one boxing, commit to two boxing, or decline to commit. After you commit or decline, the predictor makes its prediction and fills the boxes, and then you make your actual choice. You're allowed to violate your commitment if you want, but the predictor knows you might do this and takes it into account. In this version, it seems clear you should commit to one boxing, because that makes it likely the predictor will fill the opaque box. Then, once the boxes are filled, should you stick to your commitment or violate it and two-box? If you violate it, you'll two-box and get both amounts, but the predictor probably anticipated you might do this. If the predictor is modelling you as someone who commits to one boxing, but then violates the commitment, it might have predicted two boxing and left the opaque box empty. On the other hand, if you're the kind of person who keeps commitments, even when it's tempting to break them, the predictor might have predicted you'd one box and filled the box accordingly. This variant highlights the role of commitment and consistency in decision-making. It also touches on issues of time inconsistency, cases where your preferences at one time conflict with your preferences at another time. Before the boxes are filled, you want to be the kind of person who will one box, because that gets the boxes filled favourably. After the boxes are filled, you're tempted to two box to get the extra amount. Managing this conflict requires either strong commitment mechanisms or a decision theory that evaluates policies across time rather than just actions at moments. Let's also consider what happens if there are multiple players. Suppose 100 people are all facing Newcomb's problem simultaneously, each with their own pair of boxes, each with a predictor that has studied them individually. Everyone makes their choice at the same time. What should you do? In this multiplayer version, your choice doesn't directly affect anyone else's boxes, so the basic structure of the problem is the same for you as an individual. But knowing that other people are facing the same choice might affect your reasoning. If you believe most people will two box, and the predictor knows this, then most opaque boxes will be empty. Does that tell you anything about your own box? Not directly. Your box's contents depend on the predictor's judgment of you specifically, but it might affect your confidence in the predictor's accuracy. If you see 99 people two boxing and finding empty boxes, that's strong confirmation that the predictor works. It might make you more confident you should one box. Alternatively, if you see people one boxing and getting rich, that confirms the predictor rewards one boxing, which might strengthen your resolve to one box. But if you see people one boxing and finding empty boxes, that suggests the predictor made mistakes, which might weaken your confidence in it. The multiplayer version introduces a social and evidential dimension. You're learning about the predictor's reliability from watching what happens to others. There's also an interesting question about whether you should coordinate with other players. If you could all agree to one box, you'd all likely get rich. But each individual has an incentive to defect from the agreement and two box once the boxes are filled. This is similar to a multiplayer prisoner's dilemma or a public goods game. The best collective outcome requires everyone to cooperate one box, but each individual might be tempted to defect. Faishiriu Bishi two box. The predictor's accuracy adds a twist. If you defect, the predictor probably saw that about you and left your box empty. So even though defecting seems to be in your interest, it's actually a losing move. These variants and extensions show that Newcomb's problem is part of a broader family of decision scenarios where prediction, commitment, coordination, and time all interact in complex ways. The core paradox is cleanest in the simple two-box single-player version, but the same tensions appear in many related setups. This suggests the paradox is pointing at something fundamental about decision-making, not just a quirk of one particular thought experiment. Thinking about Newcomb's paradox can also change how you think about other philosophical problems. For instance, the problem of evil in theology has some structural similarities. If God is omniscient, knowing all future choices, And if God set up the world in a particular way, based on that knowledge, then the world's setup is correlated with our choices, even though the setup came first. This doesn't make Newcomb's paradox a solution to the problem of evil, but it shows that the interplay of prediction, choice, and temporal ordering appears in multiple contexts. Or consider debates about punishment and deterrence. If punishing a crime can't undo the crime, causally the crime already happened, why punish? One answer is deterrence. Punishing this crime makes future crimes less likely. But that's a forward-looking causal effect. Another answer is retribution. The person deserves punishment regardless of future effects. But there's also a Newcomb-like answer. Punishing is the right policy for a society to have, and being the kind of society that punishes is correlated with lower crime rates, even though the punishment of a particular crime doesn't cause that crime not to have happened. The structure is similar. An action that doesn't directly cause the outcome you want but is part of a policy or pattern that reliably produces good outcomes. Returning to the paradox itself, we might ask whether there's any way to definitively resolve it, to prove that one side is right and the other is wrong. The answer seems to be no, at least not without making substantive assumptions about what rationality means. If you assume rationality requires maximizing expected value based on all available evidence, then one boxing wins. If you assume rationality requires taking dominant actions based on causal effects, then two boxing wins. These are different conceptions of rationality, different values embedded in the decision procedure, and there's no neutral standpoint from which to judge between them. This might be unsatisfying. We want puzzles to have answers. We want to be able to say, here's the right choice, and here's why. But some puzzles are more like choices between frameworks than problems with solutions. Newcomb's paradox might be one of these. It asks you to decide what you value in a decision theory, what you want rationality to accomplish. Do you want it to follow certain structural principles, like dominance, even if that leads to systematically worse outcomes in some scenarios? Or do you want it to maximize expected value based on all correlations, even if that means treating your choice as evidence rather than just cause? Different people will answer this differently, and that's okay. The value of the paradox isn't in finding the one true answer. It's in understanding the question, in seeing the different ways we can think about choice and what trade-offs each approach involves. It's in recognizing that rational choice is not a simple, univocal concept, but something we have to define and refine based on what we care about. For someone trying to fall asleep, this might all seem abstract and cerebral, the kind of thing that would keep you awake rather than helping you drift off. But there's something oddly soothing about the paradox once you've sat with it. For a while, it's a clean, well-defined problem with a clear structure. There are no loose ends, no missing information, no ambiguities to resolve. The tension is real, but it's contained within the scenario. It doesn't threaten you in any practical way. You can think about it gently, turn it over in your mind, appreciate the symmetry of the two arguments, without needing to force a resolution. The boxes sit there, one transparent and one opaque, waiting for a choice that is both free and predictable, both yours to make and already accounted for in the setup. The paradox asks you to think about what it means to choose well, to act rationally, to navigate a world where your decisions can be anticipated but are nonetheless real. It asks you to consider the relationship between cause and correlation, between the moment of choice and the pattern of outcomes over time, between following a principle and achieving a goal. And in the end, the paradox teaches a kind of humility about rationality. It shows that even in the simplest scenarios with just two boxes and a straightforward choice, the question of what you should do can be genuinely difficult, genuinely contested, genuinely open to multiple defensible answers. It reminds us that decision-making is not a mechanical process with obvious right answers, but a domain where our values, our principles, and our goals interact in complex ways, sometimes pulling in different directions, sometimes requiring us to make hard choices about what we care about most. The predictor has done its job, studied you carefully, made its forecast, filled the boxes. The setup is complete. The boxes sit before you. One box or two. The choice, as they say, is yours. And it is yours, genuinely and truly yours. Even if it was predicted, even if it was anticipated, even if the world was shaped in response to what you were going to do, the choice is yours. And in making it, you reveal not just what you decide in this moment, but something about how you think, how you reason, what you value when you choose. The predictor may know what you'll do, but you still have to do it. You still have to reach for one box or both, still have to commit to a way of thinking about decision and action and rationality. And in that reaching, in that commitment, you engage with questions as old as philosophy itself. What does it mean to choose? What does it mean to choose well? How should we act in a world that knows us better than we might like? A world that can predict us, anticipate us, shape itself around what we will do? These questions don't have final answers, but they have value in the asking. They make us think more carefully about decisions we face every day, about the relationship between our actions and our outcomes, about what we can control and what we can only influence through the kind of person we are. Newcomb's paradox is a gift in this way, a thought experiment that crystallizes these questions into a simple, elegant scenario, 2 boxes and a choice, and invites us to think deeply about what that choice reveals. As you lie there in the dark, perhaps drifting towards sleep, you can let the paradox settle into a comfortable shape in your mind. The 2 arguments, 1 boxing and 2 boxing, become familiar presences, each with its own logic, each pointing its own direction. You don't need to resolve them. You can let them coexist, 2 different ways of thinking about the same problem, 2 different values you might hold about decision making. The tension between them is not a problem to be solved, but a feature of the landscape, a reminder that rationality is richer and more complex than any single principle can capture. The boxes remain transparent and opaque, seen and unseen, known and unknown, and the choice remains open, eternally poised between the dominance of more and the evidence of pattern, between the moment and the policy, between taking what's there and being what's rewarded. And in that openness, that eternal irresolution, there is a strange kind of peace. The peace of a question well posed, a problem clearly seen, a paradox that teaches without needing to be solved. The next story is about to begin. Please relax and enjoy.